All right, guys. Here we go. Back to where we're doing it. Here's the Russians is talked about the progress. These are the guys that are complete. And we got the other Russians over on this side. Mostly. That's the knights. And we finished this guy up too yesterday. And got these two to do. And this guy's mostly done, or partially done. Let's flip this thing around and get going. All right, let's get this situated. The goal is going to be to get these two guys completed this morning. So we'll see how far we can do it. We're off to a little bit of a late start, maybe 20 minutes behind. But we do have coffee. So one thing I'm going to have to do is this guy, because of his positioning, the leader. Good morning, Harvey. Well, because of the positioning of where his arm is, I never put a shield on him. And if I do not end up putting a shield on him, then all three figures on the command stand, none will have a shield. And I'm thinking, I may not like that going down the road. Man, look at that. Boom, 4 people right off the bat. Welcome, welcome. I like it when people show up soon instead of like 30 minutes before. I think Sunday's better for you guys than Saturday. I'm thinking. So I did pull a couple of shields over here because I may end them. Martian, there we are. So I'm thinking, I know this guy has no hope of having a shield on him because of his positioning of his arm. It just doesn't fit there behind the horse. So I am prepared to go ahead and put a shield on the hornblower just in case. But I don't like the idea of every single guy on horseback that's one of these nightstands has a shield on them. Sunday's better. Okay, good. That's good because Sunday's always longer unless there's no swimming. And so none of these, everybody will have a shield on the mounted units, whether it's round or almond shaped kite. I tend to call these almond more than kite because kite ones are more, I don't know, these are almost like Norman shaped in a way. And none of these will have it. So I am thinking I may go back and retro put one on him. But it is kind of questionable whether or not you can fit one in here. I'm not sure about that, but the general I think definitely needs one, even though he's got kind of a chainmail arm guard. I don't know. I think it'd look kind of weird that everybody would have a shield except these guys right here. Maybe not. I'll tell you what, let's not make that decision right now. I can always add the shield later. Okay? But I was just brainstorming that. Another thing I just brainstormed is these guys are all going to go on the same stand, and these two have a very similar color of straps on them. So we're going to modify this guy and make him a little bit different. Okay, probably go something like almost white on him. Because I'm pretty sure that the general I'm going to want to go with red. Okay, that's just me talking out loud to, keep myself entertained. All right, the magic liquids is here. Let's do that. Let's get this a little bit more angular. All right. And continue painting this fellow right here. All right, So let's just ignore the strapping situation right now. We need a color for the underneath portion here. Let's do like a dark blue on his on that. So let's get dark blues tend to be a little weird. Well, not this one. I have several that look really bright, and then you end up pulling them out and they have a lot of gray in them. And it's like, well, that's not really what I wanted. Let's make sure to get this. A lot of these Vallejo paints have had 15, 16 years. And some of them, I think, were sitting on a shelf before I ever got them. So they're not, this isn't one of them that's a problem, but there's a few of them that are like, I had to rebuy it, but I'm not looking for extra reasons just to throw money away. So no need to do that. So this guy's got a little bit of this blue that we decided he's going to be showing underneath. And let's get some of that. It's getting really hard to find a spot here that doesn't have paint underneath it, which it's fine. You can go over it as long as the paint that's here is fully dry. But then you're also not getting the benefit of the absorption of the water coming through here to keeping it moist. So there's a trade-off there. All right. And good, he's got sleeves that are the same color, and I approve these being a dark blue. This would be a little different. That's not a common color in this army. I just figured maybe this guy's a little bit more fancy dress since, he is carrying the banner, the Bannerman. Well, yesterday I actually surprised myself that I got a lot more painting. I got more filming in than I had planned, but I try to make up for lost time. It's fun to do, so it's not like, I'm not doing it on purpose. I would prefer to, I would prefer to film than not film. It keeps me focused and on track. If I was to do this stuff and not film, instead of spending a couple hours, 2.5 hours on it, I might spend 17 minutes and go off and do something else. So it helps me tremendously to stay focused and accomplish things. We got to finish these guys up or we can't get to the next one. Okay. Starting to pull some of these other colors from there. I got to be careful. Well, none of it is super critical. It just, you know, if I mess up, it's just, I got to spend time to fix it and it just kills my momentum. So, here we go. And I'm going to wait to change the strapping, because what may happen is when I'm done with this, I may go, you know what? I like this guy with his color straps. Let me change the other guy. Looking forward to spraying these guys down and taking the shine off those shields and see what they really look like. All right. So now let's add, poking around for a white that's alive here. I don't need very much. Even that would probably do. No, there's nothing there. All right. There's absolutely no way to get a shield on this guy of his positioning. That, he's got his hands full. He's carrying this banner. Now, one thing it looks like I didn't do on him, and we're going to go ahead and do that now, is I don't think I put Nuln Oil on top of the... He's got two different kinds of armor on here. He's got chainmail, and he's got like these little plates. So what I've been doing is, even though they're technically made out of like the same material, I darken one or the other just so for a little bit of contrast. And I've been darkening the plates, not the chainmail, because the chainmail is just dry brush with a really black background on it. So I've been pretty happy with how that turned out. Let's make sure we get all the water out of this. And we'll put some Nuln Oil. It's going to take a little bit of time to dry, not long. Nuln Oil is about the only kind of wash type thing that I do. I used to do a lot of washing and stuff in the 90s, 80s and 90s, up until I started painting like this. So until about 96, I used to do washing and stuff on my 1/2400 scale ships and things like that. And that was back, as I like to call, before the internet. So you'd do the wash and it'd look great. You wake up in the morning and it would look horrible because it had receded. We didn't know about all the stuff, the additives you have to add in a wash to keep it in place. And so eventually I just stopped using washes. And I use them in a very limited form because I want to put colors exactly where I want them. And this is one of these guys that has an ugly face. He has a face shield there. So that's not his face, that's a... Let's see, what colors do we have? Are they all metallic? Or do we have a bronze one? Because if not, this guy's a candidate for a bronze. Oh, his is metal. I do have one bronze guy. Well, we're going to make this guy bronze too. Let's go ahead and do that. Get that out of the way. Where's our big bronze pile? I mean, yesterday I was surprised that this was still alive. And it died. Okay, well, we try to reuse it if we can. If we can't, well, we gave it a shot. We gave it a shot. Okay, that's about all it's going to take. I did say I was going to use bronze on these little things on the horse, so I'm going to go ahead and put those on there, even though I may end up having to repaint the straps that are around it. I already have my mindset to do this, so. And like I said, I may just end up changing the straps on the other horse. That works too. And we're going to go ahead and paint the parts of the sword here that we know we're going to do in that color as well. While we have it handy, let's try to save some time, be a little bit more efficient. And we're going to put this little thing at the top of his head also in bronze. Okay. Do you have anybody with a colored helmet on? Painted. Oh, yeah, one guy has got it in white. All right. Because this guy just spoke to me. Let's see, where's the flag he's going to be carrying? Well, that volume's not supposed to be on. Yeah. Yep. have this on here. Everybody showed up and everybody left. I was bragging about everybody being here early and then they left. Oh well. Good morning, Dirk. I'm glad you like those recommendations. Yeah. Hopefully, the I know you mentioned you were going to you were downloading the one for the Ghost of Kenai. Hopefully, it's the same version in your part of the world, and that the narrator is the same because the narrator was at least, I'm not going to say half, but a good reason that the book is excellent is the narrator is really really good. I would be surprised why there would be a different version in your part of the world, but that one's really good. And I know I was talking about that Roman commander. I never did look it up, but I believe his name was Regulus. That's a hell of a story you can't make up. You know, I think what happened is, I think what happened is this Roman commander basically did well in Sicily, or he did really well in a battle, and said, "Well, we're going to take the battle to Carthage." Went to Carthage, got defeated, laid out some terms for surrender, and the Carthaginians had him take it back to Rome, and Rome didn't accept. So he came back and submitted himself. He could have just said, "You know what? I'll just stay over here in Rome since you guys aren't going to accept." But he went back and took his punishment. So that's it. You can't make that stuff up. Let's just say that wouldn't have been me. Yeah, I'm a survivor, so that's not doesn't really work with me. Hey, I'm a more experienced in playing ancient battles. I would have won in that battle. Oh man, you can't make that stuff up, you know. Okay. Unfortunately, my book recommendations aren't coming in really fast because I'm probably averaging finishing one book every other month. But be it as it may, Still here, busy painting. Okay, excellent. Me too. That's what it's here for, have something in the background. So what would happen is I would listen to audiobooks or I would listen to something on YouTube. But because I had the freedom to switch to something else, I frequently would take it. So the next thing you know, you're listening to something for 10 minutes and then searching for something new for 25 while you don't get any painting done. So it's just easier, like, you know what? Let me just talk. And I have a much better chance of staying on track. Even if we end up going off on tangents, which are perfectly fine because they're entertaining, but it keeps me focused on doing this. So because we have bronze on his face, we're going to go ahead and put just the regular, we'll call it the silver color, even though that's not what it is, on the brim of this helmet to kind of border it. I don't want bronze next to bronze. It's not going to make it pop very much. So, and we painted the top of this helmet just in light blue. I've done that a few times. I don't paint a whole lot of helmets. I can't imagine that primitive paint adhering to a helmet that well, but I've seen other people do it and it looks okay. I really like some of my Burgundians. I think it's my Burgundians and some of my Hungarians that have a Salé helmet and they split it. It's like one side's red and the other one's whiter, and the Burgundian one it's blue and white. And I like how those turned out. It's an occasional guy. I think it's of all the foot guys, like one guy is that way because it is kind of unusual. But I have seen it in pictures and stuff. Hey, sometimes you take things you see and go, that's a good idea. And sometimes you see things you're like, not going to paint it that way because it doesn't look right. So it's called artistic license. So, all right. So I'm going to do the saddle cloth on this one in red. Okay. We're going to do that. And what are you painting this morning, Harvey? 15s or some other kind of scale? .28mm Napoleonics. Wow. Is that for like a skirmish game or? That's a lot of painting for a Napoleonics game. I've mentioned this before. If somebody held a gun to my head and says, Tony, you have to paint 28mm figures from now on, I would definitely base them individually. I guess like this. This is a similar size. It's like a 1-inch stand for 20. These are just temporary, but 28s would probably fit on here. And then put some kind of a stand where they would fit in there. So that way I can pull them out and play a skirmish type game or play them as a unit. That's what I'm thinking is how I'd probably go about it. That way you could have it both ways. Napoleonics was never. I was never. I can't say I was never big into Napoleonics because I never was into it. A lot of it is what are you playing, what the people you play with are playing. I mean, unless you end up being the organizer, the guys on point, you kind of have to play periods that other people play. At one point, we had a group here. They were doing Napoleon's battles, and I had some Prussians that I picked up from. Who were they from? I want to say they're battle honors and the 1813 Prussians. And I was painting them, but I never finished a unit because the group that was doing that, I never got together with them very often. So it didn't really work for me to paint something that was out of my normal period that I was never going to use. So I think I bought like 2 packs of Prussians and a pack of their artillery. Battle honors, that sounds right. In 15s. And I remember they were primed in white, which is weird. I probably painted them in the early 90s, but I never even finished one unit. I just didn't get inspired by it. And I had the set of Napoleon Battles rules. I sold them some time ago on eBay. And then Mitch came along and he happened to have the set of rules. Or he had them and wasn't doing anything with them. And I sold mine and I don't know, something like that. But he's got Prussians and Russians. I think he's got just about everything for Napoleon's battles. And then now Joel has everything for pretty much DBN. So if I need to play any Napoleon's battles, I don't need to, or DBN, I don't need to play any stuff. I honestly prefer DBN to Napoleon's battles because although I think Napoleon's battles is probably a better simulation, I don't mind playing games that have the quirky conforming and things that the DB games have because it kind of helps reinforce that. But I think that, and I prefer to finish a game in an evening. I'm willing to give up detail in a period that's not my religion. I don't mind giving up detail, meaning not World War II, to finish a game. So somebody asked me, I don't remember who it was. It might have been Martian. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was. And he was asking me what I thought about DBN. And I don't know if I answered him, but if I was a Napoleonics guy, I wouldn't like it because it just dumbs everything down a little too much. It would be like if I was wanted to play like Flames of War to get my World War II itch, and it just wouldn't do it for me. But I would say that DBN is more generic and less detailed to Napoleonics than Flames of War is to World War II. So if I was really interested in it, it wouldn't even scratch the itch. If it was a period I was really interested, it wouldn't even scratch the itch. It's probably a quick way to allow you to paint figures for another period that you may be interested in and maybe want to do some gaming in it. We group of 6 play big battalion, big games using General de Brigade rules. 32 or 36 figure battalions, several thousand figures on the table. Oh my God. Finally played a game. 18 Russians versus Bavarian. Planning to put some pics up on the Facebook General de Brigade group page if you're interested. It would just take me too long. Forget cost. The cost of the figures, I hate to sound like somebody who's made of money. I'm not. None of us are. I'm not impressed by all the stuff you buy, okay? But I'm just saying that, well, let me be realistic. The more you spend on your figures, the more of an incentive you should have to paint them. That's why I don't understand Games Workshop games. I've never played Games Workshop stuff. I think I finally got it out of my system to not call them Citadel. For the longest time, it was Citadel. Look, the paints are back to being called Citadel. Maybe they always were. I've heard all these Games Workshop players, they buy all. I mean, their stuff is extremely expensive, and there's no doubt that it's because of their marketing. Because I picked up some Tufts the other day. I was at a game store in Jacksonville, I think, and I'm like, man, these Tufts look really cool because they were from Games Workshop and they had these amoeba-like shapes, so they weren't just little clumps where they were round. And I'm like, I could work this into some of my stands as well because I always like to mix up my Tufts and things like that. If you look at some of my basing, there's a variety of different things on here, and I like the way it looks. I saw other people that had stands like that, and I'm like, oh, I like that idea. You know, we all get ideas from each other, and sometimes it's like, man, I don't like that at all. I won't do that. And sometimes it's like, man, that looks pretty cool. Let me try to incorporate some of that in my army. So I go to this shop in Jacksonville, and they have Games Workshop Tufts. I'd never seen them before, and they're really expensive. And I was like, okay, well, I'm only going to buy one, and I'm here, so why not, right? It's only expensive if you never use it. If you buy something and then it just sits on your shelf and you never do a damn thing with it, well, that's money wasted. Okay, that's like buying a meal and just throwing it in the garbage can. You know, like not even eating your food. So don't be wasteful. Use what you have. But I look at this thing and it's expensive, and see where it's made. It's made in China. So why are you having this expensive product made in a place where you're basically slave labor to get it made? So all their money is going to advertising and magazines and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm guessing. So you have these products that are very expensive because even though there's most of their stuff's now, I guess, plastic or whatever, and they play in these tournaments and none of their figures are painted, but they're really, really, really expensive. So I don't know. I don't get it. The more expensive your figures are, the more you should be incentivized to paint them. Like a lot of my figures I got from flea market stuff, and I think what you guys call it in the UK, is it bring and buy or a swap meet? Okay, but you know, very little cash. Like I don't want these guys anymore. Give me $2 so you can have them, kind of thing. So if I never get around to painting some of them, I'm okay with it. You know, I can sleep at night. But if I was painting these, and if this was a 28 millimeter figure, what would they be? Like $6 or $7 each or something like that? Yeah, I got to get them all painted. But it would take me so long to paint this at 28 millimeter. It would take me, I'm going to say 10, 12 hours. I just don't have the time for that, to do that. It would be like I'd take all the painting I've done in the last 15 years and I have one army instead of 30 or whatever. So I just can't get into that. But a lot of the other thing is what scale what scale or what game are you is your gaming group already doing? Like when I started doing DBA, there was no thought of anything other than 15 millimeter. So I either have to play 15s, or if I have some other scale in my mind, now I have to supply forces for both sides and can't play in tournaments and stuff like that. So it's like it was obvious that I needed to do 15s. But it would have been interesting to see if I would have showed up on the DBA scene and the group would have done all 28s if I would have gotten into it. I may have, because I do like the idea of you just paint your own figures and you play with your own figures. That was always an incentive to get miniatures. Say play some game and then I get to play with my own guys. Because you don't have to worry about people that you may borrow your army and they're ham-fisted and damage things, and we spend too much time on these things to have to repair them. But that's why I don't think I'd do 28s, is because not the cost of the individual figures, it's just the time commitment of painting them. Because it stands to reason that if my 15 millimeter figures look a certain way, my 28s are going to be, I've got to spend more time. They've got to look better. So that just, means, in my opinion, for me to be happy with it. And I don't have the time for that right now. Right now, I don't think I'll have the time for that ever. But they look cool. And a long time ago, I didn't like 28s at all because I just didn't like the choices that they have for miniatures. But there's all kinds of beautiful 28 millimeter castings out there. Just really, really nice stuff. It used to be the proportions were kind of weird. And yeah, there's a couple manufacturers that are that way, but that's certainly not the case. There's some beautiful 28 millimeter stuff out there. You can play DVA in other scales. You just adjust the distances that suits the scale. Yeah. I don't know. I've said this before. If I was super into ancients or medievals, I wouldn't play this game. It's just too generic. It works for me, and it's a fun game, but I wish it had more detail. If I was going to make my own set of rules, if I get one day flip out and say, I don't know about flip out is probably the wrong term, but if I get fed up with whatever and say, you know what, I'm going to make my own set of rules, other than being free, because I don't believe in charging for things that you love to do. Um, there's a couple of things that are foregone conclusions to me, and one of them is on conforming. I would just have stands hit, and that's how you fought. I mean, I guess there would be some conditions where you would conform, but it wouldn't be the norm. That just adds an element of fake geometry that really doesn't feel to me that you're playing a real battle. I mean, I've played a lot of battles. I've played over 2,000 battles of this, and it's a great game. It's a wonderful game. It doesn't feel like a real battle. It feels like I'm playing some chess-like game that you know. So I would strive to try to make it feel more like a real battle. And then too much of the effort of playing the game revolves around conforming and outcome moves because it's very clunky. And some of that time can be, and I don't mean it from the standpoint as the game can be shorter in length. No, I think the length of the game is great, but too much of our time is focused on trying to conform and geometryisms when you could add more detail into the combat. And I think that would be better. Um, but I'm not going to say that as a complaint. I would say that the game does 95% of the things, maybe 90% of the things correctly. The pip neck mechanism is incredible. I can't imagine playing a game without that. That is just okay, all I need is two pips and you get one. And the amount of energy that you have to try to squeeze out of your brain to try to figure out if you're going to make the right decision or not is just awesome because the other guy's got to do it too. And I think that there's a lot to like. That's why I'm not like, I want to create my own rules. I'm not a rules guy. I mean, this I do. I love to talk about figures or, hey, Tony, who makes figures for, Lithuanians or something like that in 15 millimeter scale? Oh, I love going in there and looking at that stuff like that. That's, I don't know why I said Lithuanians. I don't know. It seemed kind of maybe a little weird thing, but that's what I love to do and figure out how to paint things and do my accents when I'm playing a game. But sit there and read rules and buy games just to read rules. It's just not me. I'm not programmed or that where that part's exciting. It's just kind of a means to an end kind of a thing. I mean, I'll buy a cell phone. I won't read the manual on it. I'm not interested in it. By the time I read the manual, figure out how to use it, the sons of bitches came out with another phone, and I wasted my time. So I value my time. In order to understand how how this conform, let's just look at the conclude, the fusion, and the proceeding. Yeah, see, I didn't start with that. So my background of gaming was all percentile based games, World War II percentile based games that were very specific to where the unit was located, no abstractness at all. So I can deal with the abstractness here because I'm kind of role playing. Oh, okay, this is what happened. But when you zoom out and you're playing Mongols, for instance, in this game, it just doesn't feel like you were doing Mongol-like decisions, and that's really my only gripe. I mean, but it's a great game. But I understand that it's not perfect, and maybe nothing will ever be. But uh, we all played a tournament at the clubs used a 25 millimeter about 15 years ago, where I had enough English, French, Scots, Burgundians, and Spanish so everyone got an army and period. Had a map set up where the game was played. One day and all enjoyed. Yeah, this you can't compromise on that. You have to have the face, the able to consume things to be able to finish a game in a play session. This is also the game I've ever played you could do that. Every other game, and I remember we played a naval game one time on the floor. If you told me we're playing a game on the floor, I'm going to punch somebody. Not that I can't get on the floor or that I can't get up. Hey, I'm in like prime shape compared to gamers, okay? I can walk across busy streets with no problem, dodge traffic, get up and down from the floor, you know. I know that's not saying a whole lot, but the last time I played on the floor was probably 25 years ago, maybe even 30. It just isn't worth it. It's not worth it to after you sat down and played a game like DBA and you're comfortable and you're sitting in a chair and it's just not worth it to go through all that trouble. And then we played on the floor for like 26 hours and we didn't finish the game. Now the game wasn't boring. So the fact that we didn't finish the game isn't necessarily a bad thing in and of itself because we enjoyed the process, but it didn't come to a conclusion. So we did play a lot of turns, but it was also a very large battle. But those days are over for me. I can't. I don't mind playing for 26 hours straight, but we're going to play 26 games or 25 games, something like that. Not one that didn't get completed. So in naval games, the one thing that always bothered me, and when I mean naval games, I'm talking World War II, World War One, pre-dreadnoughts. Just now that I think about it, I think that may be the problem. Too much time in certain games gets spent on things that have no result. So, like in DBA, I think the thing that takes the most time, that is kind of a waste of time, is the whole conforming. Like, what do I do? Do I go here? This guy can't do this, that kind of stuff. And the naval game is you spend too much time calculating hits that never happen. So, if you have a game, say you have 10 vessels on a side, and you've got to calculate whether or not the vessel rolls to hit. Because I'm going to tell you, once you land a hit on a vessel, I don't care how long it takes because it's super interesting. Like, okay, where does it hit? So you could visualize where the shell is hitting, and then does it penetrate? So you can see if it's barreling its way through. It's kind of like a slow motion process. There was a video game that I never played many years ago that, well, it still came out. I believe it's called Sniper Elite, and I never played it, but that's how the game seems that you play a sniper, and when the bullet hits the body, you get to see in slow motion if it goes through the bone, and I think that that process works because you can visualize, how the individual structures of are working and to resisting the damage or the shell penetration, that kind of thing. But spending a lot of time just to try to figure out if a hit even lands and then it doesn't most of the time is a waste of time because that's not exciting to figure out. So there was a game called, I want to say there's a website called Free War Games Rules or something like that. And there's a set of naval rules called Fire on the Water. And this guy, I don't know what his name is, he didn't really finish the game. It was kind of incomplete, which I'm not knocking him. I know that it's a monumental type thing. But he had this system where you would roll different dice that would approximate whether or not the shell had a chance of landing that were very generic, so to speak. So, like for instance, depending on what your range, you would roll like a d10. Okay, and depending on your range, you might have to, on a D10 to roll a 1, 2, or 3 to hit. So you roll one die, and if it wasn't a 1, 2, or 3, you'd move on to the next ship, and you would do it again. If you did end up hitting with that, then there were other dice you would have to roll to see if it actually would land. So it was a way of spending less time on each ship. So I had taken, and I mentioned this before, I had this thing around somewhere. You know those small tackle box things that have like individual compartments in them? I have a clear one. I say have because it's here somewhere. And it's about this big. It's about the size of this, honestly. And it's different compartments. So there's like a big compartment here, and one here that has two, and then another one that has two, and then maybe another one that has two. So what would it be? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, like seven compartments. This one's really big. So there's a big die 10 in blue, in light blue that I bought, and then different colors. So what you do is you just shake the whole thing and you go boom, put it down, and you just read it left to right. So if this is a really high number, move on to the next ship. And then you just kind of do that. And then it's like, oh, if this one works, then you use this number, which uses this one, which uses this one, which uses, and they're not all D10s. Like one might be a D6. So like one will figure out, this one will figure out if you're close with a range. Then the other one is if you actually hit. Then the other one is where you hit. Does it start a fire? What the penetration value modifier? So it worked really well. And the game was a little bit more generic than I would have liked for a World War II game because I come from a rivet counter, Siegfried type of figuring out. But Siegfried's not complicated. The problem is you spend a lot of time trying to figure out if you even land a hit. So you need a game like that that just cuts the crap, unless you're somebody who enjoys trying to figure out, what their percentage of hitting. But let's land the hits. Let's worry about the detail on the hits that actually matter, and then not worry about it on the ones that don't. And it actually worked really well. And I played it a few times, and the reason I didn't go forward is a lot of the ship data was missing. I have tons of data information in real life terms that would be easy for me to do it. It would just take forever. And my heart's just not in doing that anymore. But this was probably, well, Mitch was still around last time we played. So this would have been probably 15 years ago or whatever. So it just was a monumental task to try to do all that stuff. And I figured, well, if I could do it, I would probably do it one battle at a time and start adding the ship data in there based on those ships. But that was a really unique way that that gentleman did of handling that. But it's on Free War Games rules. It's called Fire on the Waters, and I think that it comes with a theme song too. Oh, it's Smoke on the Water. Never mind. That would have been that's more of a Black Powder era one. Um, Battleships, minimal decision making, no terrain difficulty to set scenario and victory conditions. It's about love of the ship. So if you don't, it's just seeing them in action. Yeah, the decisions, you don't have a lot of meaningful decisions to make. You know, definitely one of the strong points of DBA. DBA, you have meaningful decisions to make almost every bound that are controlled by the hand that gets dealt with you by rolling the dice. You just ordered a copy of Campbell's book. I do have it. I have Campbell's book. Gentleman analysis of fighting, rivet counting for insomniacs, but splendid. Yeah, I do have it. I think that's the one. We're going to talk about books. This one. You can tell how many times I open it up. I haven't. Yeah, I dig all this detail. The night action, man. The night action would be freaking awesome because nobody plays that. But you got to kind of assume. Oh, I like this. I don't know what this is in the back, but Calliope. Well, there's a late Class C cruiser. Calliope hit by 5.9 inch from the mark graph at 2030. The positions of the three hits are known. One, burst against the breach of the port after 4 inch. Yeah, just get some detailed stuff in here. Yeah, but see, you gotta love ships to do this. You've got to be able to look. You got to be able to read that. Okay. You gotta. The only way you can enjoy this was if you're looking at Calliope, and you've got to know what Calliope looks like, for instance, or what she's armed with right off the bat, or Mark Graph, like, oh yeah, it's a battleship, and it's got, it's a Koenig class. I think it's Koenig. Yeah. I can't remember if it was Koenig or a Kaiser. So yeah, you remember all those things, you just not exercised it. Or Elbing and go, oh yeah, it's a German light cruiser that has 5.9 inch guns, not the one like not like most that had the 4.1s. You got to know all that stuff to be able to enjoy the juicy stuff in here. So, oh, I mentioned one book and then picked something else up. So this is a book I mentioned yesterday. This is one I actually read through. This is an excellent book, and I was right. It was Richard Frank. I don't know how the hell I remembered that. I haven't read this book in over 20 years, and I've read it once. But see, I read the book and look what condition it's in. So I'm really anal retentive about reading books and not damaging them. Oh, look, there's a crease right here, a small one. Anyways, I pride myself on taking good care of these things. This is an excellent book from a scenario standpoint for naval combat. But this is not the one I wanted to pull up. It's this other one that I wanted to show you guys. I'm going to end up with all my books all over my couch here. I don't know if the John Campbell book is available on Audible, but I got that a long time ago. This book, this is the one that was done by the history professor at FSU. Paul Halpern, A Naval History of World War One. I was wrong. It wasn't the Mediterranean. It was the whole war. But it has a lot of stuff on the Mediterranean. Read through this one too. See? Oh man, it's got a little crease here. But yeah, I take care of this stuff. So this is this thing is awesome. This has stuff that I really enjoyed this a lot. And I read stuff like this for scenario ideas. This is why I do it. And this has a lot of stuff in the Mediterranean. This has a lot of stuff in the Black Sea. So, anyhow, I like World War II better because the paint schemes, but I like World War One better because there's aircraft as a minimum. And I'll be honest with you, aircraft just ruin what I want to do in a naval game. You know, I like the battleships and then the cruisers and the destroyers. And as we always used to play, is you have one ship class generally targets the next ship class down the best, except destroyers go after battleships. So you've got battleships go after cruisers, cruisers go after destroyers, destroyers go after the big boys. I mean, obviously they fight the things on their same level, but that's where it's a little bit more, results are usually driven that way. But yeah, I don't like aircraft. I don't like aircraft because you can avoid a combat. And, we're playing a naval game, so we want to see the big guys slug at each other. You know, I mean, why build a battleship and why paint a battleship and they never go into combat? So I'm not a big fan of the Pacific War at all. So you've read it, but I want to refer to it more often. Pumping capacities of battleships actually decides how quickly they sink. Yeah. I love all those ships, but I know what they all look like. That's all we used to do. I mean, in the mid to late '80s and early '90s, that's all we used to do is play naval stuff. So it's in my blood. But unless you're playing with a lot of islands or something like that, you don't have meaningful decisions to make every turn. Not like this. That I think that's why this DBA is just. I've had more fun playing DBA than anything ever before. And it's not because of the detail in the game, because it lacks detail. But sometimes you gotta, we've all played games in our gaming history that we're not doing that anymore. I'm not playing a game where I'm on a 6 foot wide table and I have to reach across every turn to move my troops. And I don't have a bad back, but it's just uncomfortable. Like I don't need to do that anymore. I've done it. It's no fun. So yeah, it's called learning what works and what doesn't. But yeah, I can read the Jellicoe book on Jutland. I had no problem following that. Castles of Steel had no problem following that. I like all that stuff. The problem with World War One is the destroyers just aren't that interesting. One thing that makes the World War Two destroyers so interesting is the paint schemes on them can be really out there, especially for the Commonwealth ships. So that makes them particularly interesting. I was a big fan of doing the Mediterranean in World War Two. That was my favorite theater because you could have big ships on both sides, aircraft on both sides if you wanted to. I've used aircraft. The thing with doing something like using a carrier like the Eagle or something like that, the Eagle has so few aircraft that even if they're in play, they don't like decide the battle. So when the Eagle carry like a complement of 24 aircraft and 18 of them were swordfish and the other ones were just fighters, that's not anything you can't deal with, you know, in a game. So I always remember playing games. We'd have a force that had the Eagle, and you'd have to launch aircraft into the wind, and the wind would be facing a direction you wouldn't want you wouldn't want the carrier to go into. So it was always interesting. You'd have to like launch, like head towards the enemy, and like get closer. And there's nothing as satisfying as having some big ship like lobbing shells into a carrier. Take that. Our time's not over, you thin-skinned bastard. But yeah, I love the Mediterranean as a environment in World War II. You get to paint those candy stripes on the Italian ships. The Italian ships are beautiful. All the Commonwealth ships have so much history and flavor. I don't know. I really like the Mediterranean a lot. And it allows you to do a semi-fleet action because I really like the British slash Commonwealth versus the Germans. But the problem is you're not going to get a big fleet action with the Germans. They just don't have the ships for that. So I like the Med. I like the Med a lot. But that's all we used to do. That's all we used to do is play Sea Creek 4 and range estimate playing on the floor. No. The range estimate, you'd have to guess how far things were, and if you got it close, then you got to roll to see if you actually hit. And talk about wasted time. You'd burn your brain trying to hit something, and then you got a hit, but then you botched the roll, so you still didn't get a hit. It just no, I'm not doing that anymore. Them days are over. If like the economy class, you have twice as a Marlboro. Which one sinks first if they're whole on a water line? Interesting. It goes into the pumps, huh? Or are the pumps working? Yeah. I've said this before. I'm very partial to the high seas fleet. I'll play anybody, but I don't find the British World War One ships very exciting. Sorry, folks. I like the German World War One ships better. But what was I reading the other day? I was reading something. I never knew that the dirt flinger was the dirt flinger. That's what we used to call her. Was nicknamed Iron Dog. I had no idea. So that was interesting. I believe that was what its nickname was. I came across the other day. I'm like, that's interesting. Sadelets, man. I always liked the Sadelets. Cool looking ship. I'm a fan of ships that are one to a class, that are unique. You know, it's not very exciting to have like, what's your favorite battleship? Well, this one that, there was eight of them made that were the same, you know. Like to give you an example, okay? If you're talking about British battleships, in World War One, they all look the same. But once they get into World War Two and get converted, Warspite's different than their sisters, So, like that's one ship I particularly have a liking to in World War Two. 'Cause I know in World War One, Windy Corner and all that, sure, but it looks the same as the other ones. But once they start getting individuality and their own paint schemes and stuff like that, they become more interesting. Oh, you even managed to put the little umlaut on there. I got to go through all kinds of trials and tribulations to do that when I want to put those little accents or the French. The French have the accents in both directions. Wow. No, I can't do that. Is this the color I want to use for his boots? I think so. But I'll tell you the one. So I just remembered something. So when you're talking about painting things, sometimes you end up figuring out how things are painted and paint them that way. And sometimes you find out how things are painted and you're like, I'm not doing that because I don't like how it looks or it looks stupid in my opinion or what have you. One of those things is some of the funnels in the German ships in Jutland were painted like red. Like what is it? Lutzow had a red funnel, or one of the cruisers had. I'm not doing that. I think it looks dumb as hell. Okay, I don't like it. I don't care if it was realistic. They didn't do it. My Commonwealth, if I'm painting Commonwealth vehicles for Normandy and later in 1944, I'm not putting an American star on their roof. It just looks dumb to me. So there's things like that, and I'm sure there's lots of those, where I'm just like, I don't care if they did it in real life. I'm not going to do it. It doesn't look good, in my opinion. So it's one of those artistic things. And the really old ships, like the pre-dreadnoughts, where everybody seemed like they were doing the same type of paint scheme, where you've got like that off-white color and the ochre funnels, that looks awful, in my opinion. So if I did pre-dreadnoughts, I don't know what I would do. I would just have to come up with something feasible, but artistic license. Japan against Russia pre-World War One is a fascinating era. If I had to get into ships again, and I pretty much sold all mine, they weren't they weren't painted good by today's standards. Okay, they just I've kept a handful. I've got like maybe four or something that I painted towards the end of They were all painted before 96, so I wasn't doing this type of painting. If I had to do it again, I would do between 1880 and 1904. So before the Russian Japanese War and about 1880. And just do what if stuff that just never happened. And just to have the freedom, because you could have anybody fighting anybody and justify it, and ranges so close you could ram people. Yeah, you don't want to do that in real life, but you want to see ramming. It's always nice when somebody gets rammed. That's kind of a rare event, but something satisfying about just having one crash into another one. Yeah, the High Seas Fleet painted the rear funnel a specific color at the start of an operation. Not in my Navy, they didn't. I think it looks dumb. Hey, but nobody asked me, right? Now, the turret tops that were painted on World War II German ships, a different color. I like that. I like how that looks. But the whole funnel, no, not for me. Stupid Kaiser. Oh man, it's funny how you feel like you know about a subject a long time, and then along comes some information you had no clue about, and you're like, really? Like I found out recently, well, it might have been 10 years ago, that the Kaiser was a short dude. I'm like, well, that explains it all together right there. It's always the short guys starting all the trouble. I, I just figure he's a normal sized guy. You know. Oh, man. Yeah, but I do like learning new things, you know. That's why I find it particularly fascinating, all this new information. And new, I mean, hell, it's been out for 30 years now, but on the Russian front from the Russian archives, because it really puts a second look at what we're used to of learning from, and you're wondering, okay, well, during the Cold War, we were just hearing about the Russian front from one viewpoint, and it could totally be skewed because it's self-serving, and we just want to get to the truth. It doesn't matter if it's, I don't want it necessarily to reinforce opinions that I already have. I want to get to the, what really happened. And so it's kind of interesting. Now, there's people out there, I would say many people out there, that just want to reinforce what they already know. I think a lot of people operate that way. I'm not going to say most because I didn't take a poll or anything like that, but man, if there was a way to fight that night action in Jutland, that'd be freaking awesome. Because those ships were close. I mean, they were close. You got dreadnoughts cutting through lines of destroy. I mean, just insane stuff. The problem is that you can track it down and put it to where you know where the ship positions are, or fairly close. You just don't know what condition some of the ships are, because a lot of the German ships took a battering before they cut through the formation. So like, okay, what condition is this ship in? I mean, you could take a guess. If you were playing a game that was more generic, you could probably do some kind of damage. You could already put some damage on the ships and get kind of close, but if you're playing something really specific, gonna be making stuff up. But man, that would be an awesome game. That'd be an awesome, awesome game because you're gonna see torps in the water, and they're at ranges where things are gonna hit. But Kaiser Bill, oh, wouldn't it be Kaiser? Kaiser Bill felt oppressed by his mother and uncle. Yeah, yeah. I think he just needed to get that thing off his upper lip, and he would have been all right. Short people with mustaches are never good. They always cause trouble. Best naval campaign I did was Napoleonic in the Caribbean. I got a Dutch fleet, small but very good. 8 players, 2 British, 3 French, and the rest were European that had colonies in the Caribbean. The best campaign I ever played, I ran a campaign many years ago using Sea Creek 4, and it was a ABDA campaign, meaning it was in the Dutch East Indies in early 1942. So you had the Japanese had to come down and do all that, and you have the Dutch, and it was freaking awesome. And the good thing about a campaign is sometimes you had to play things that you'd never in a real battle because they're not balanced. Like there was one scenario where a Japanese I was going to say a four-funneled light cruiser. No, it might have been a three. We'll call it Sendai. It might have been Sendai or Nakai or one of those guys was leading a couple of Japanese destroyers, and it went to go attack. I'm going to say it was Surabaya. Might have not been Surabaya. It was some port and went to go bombard it. And the only thing the Allied forces had was a 4-stack destroyer called the Pope. And the Pope beat him back. He like sunk 2 of the destroyers, and the light cruiser said enough of this and left. And I remember after the fact, we actually wrote down the scenario like it was a real battle. We called it excommunication. It was the Pope ended up beating back a 2 destroyers and a light cruiser, and then of course they came back with other reinforcements. Or it was something like maybe 2 destroyers came in and one got sunk by the Pope, and the other one retired, and then they came back with the light cruiser, and then the Pope ended up meeting its end. But so you had to play stuff that was really unbalanced because it just happened, and everybody seemed to have a good time with that. But that was back when in the early '90s where we were playing every week, and we had the same number of players every week. But I live in a town that's very, especially in that time period, is very nomadic. People come here to study at the University of Florida, and then they leave, and I mean, that's not the case now. We've got pretty steady game group, but that was a blast. That was a freaking blast. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you remember in wargaming. You have all these really cool experiences that stay with you. That I mean, shit, that was 32 years ago, and I still remember it. 32 years ago, 31 years ago. Anyhow, but that stuff's a lot more memorable because you did it with real people in physical form. I've played some awesome things on computer games, but they don't stick with you. It just doesn't replace the other thing. There's nothing like face-to-face gaming with good folks. There's some people you don't want to do any face-to-face gaming with, and you guys know who they are. But fortunately, at least for me, that's been the exception, not the rule. Although we did have some people way back when in our game group that just all they like to argue. It's like we don't really argue in our group now. I like it a lot better. But yeah, campaigns are cool if you can do them in a digestible form. Excommunication. I'm always going to remember that. I didn't even play. I was running the game. I thought it was awesome. I love when weird stuff like that happens. You got to play something unbalanced, and the guys that are the underdog win. Like, that's just awesome. Then I remember playing some other battle. We played some Mediterranean battle where, and we're playing on like an 8 foot by 8 foot table. So the tables say like this, or maybe it was 6 by 8 or 7 by 9 or something like that. So you have one fleet that comes in here going this way, and you got another fleet coming in this way diagonally. So you got lots of distance between them. And I remember me and my buddy Jeff, we were playing Italians, and we each had a Giulio Cesare or something like that, an old battleship and some cruisers and stuff. We basically split our force in half, and he went this way and I went this way, or vice versa. So we're at long distance because we wanted to engage at long range, and it was really neat. By the time the game was done, you know, the English, I don't think there was any Commonwealth, so we'll just call them the British were had worked their way somewhere in here, but half of our force was over here and half of our force was over here, shelling them from. But it was just really neat to see that kind of amount of movement on the table because you're only moving about at most you're only moving 4 or 5 inches at the most each bound each turn. And now I've got the DBA mentality on there about calling it bounds, but each turn you're only moving about this far, if I remember correctly. 1 2400 skill ships. So yeah, good times. Good time. I remember another time we ended up playing a battle. I want to say it was the second battle of Sirte Gulf, and we're playing the Commonwealth, and severely outnumbered by the Italian fleet, and we ended up winning. It's just like, wow, you know. So that's back in the day when we play a game and we assign who was playing who based on their personality. Because you're going to have players that are more aggressive. You're going to have guys that are more conservative. So you're like, okay, these guys behave a little bit more conservative. So you get to play them or this kind of thing. And yeah, that was pretty kick ass. We used to play it all the time, but I don't think we ever played over 60 games of it. I mean, that's a lot of games, but not compared to how many games of DBA we played. I mean, it's not even close. Maybe more than 60 games, maybe 100 games. We played it a lot, but you know, it's not like you get together every week and every week you're playing 3 and 4 games, because the games only last an hour, you know. Then you can really rack up the number of games up. Then we played another game. We played a Battle of Denmark straight game, and that's of course Prince of Wales and the Hood, Prince Eugen and Bismarck. And Bismarck blew up the Hood exactly at the exact time that happened in real life. It's like, well, I guess that was meant to be. All right, we need to do a scabbard for this guy, and I never did finish this dark ride. Oh well, I got sidetracked on something else. Yeah, no big deal. There's a game that's available if you guys are into World War II ships. There's a game that's available. It came out several years ago. It's called Atlantic Fleet. It's done by a company called Killerfish Games, and it has some range estimating in it. It's actually a really well designed game. The anti-submarine stuff and the subs don't are pretty unrealistic, but I think the surface to surface combat is really well. However, it has one problem. The problem it has is that you get to fire once every turn, regardless of the rate of fire of the real weapon. So if you're having, say, destroyers fire at a battleship or even other destroyers, they fire at the same speed that a big ship fires. So 15-inch guns, for instance, you get to range every, it's like almost like a board game. You you say what you're going to do, and then you move it. That ship moves, and then you move another ship, and then fire, and then move and fire, and move and fire, and then when you do all yours, it goes to the other guy's turn. But the problem is that even a 15-inch gun fires just as off as an 11 or an 8 or a 4.7-inch gun. So that part's unrealistic. I think the rest of the game is pretty realistic, and it looks wonderful, to be honest with you. But so it's better if you're doing something like Battle of Denmark Strait or even River Plate. It's not if you're using ships that have a similar rate of fire, it's a pretty good game. But I remember doing one of the scenarios is the Battle of North Cape, and that's where you got the Scharnhorst that gets penned in by the this is in late 43. The Scharnhorst is out trying to intercept the convoy, and ends up sending, I think it's got an escort of like 3 destroyers or something like that, but they end up getting sent off one way, and the Scharnhorst goes another way, and she gets penned in by 3 British cruisers. Oh, let's see if I get this right. I don't remember what the hell they are. Norfolk, Belfast, and one other one. And on one side, and gets pushed the other way into a waiting Duke of York and Jamaica and some destroyers. And it's at night, and the British have radar, and the Germans don't. And it's really challenging to play as the Germans. And it's really cool. It's like live action, but it's turn-based. So you'll see the ships firing, like, oh no, they're gonna get close, and you see the splash, like, oh, they missed me, and then they go to the next ship. It's a really really cool game. If you're into ships, check it out. It's available really really cheap. It'll work on mobile phones. You can play campaign games. You can play scenarios. It's called Atlantic Fleet. It's been out for 4 or 5 years now, maybe longer than that. I did show it to my dad when he was still around, and yeah, maybe it's been around 7 or 8 years. And it's a good looking game. It's also available on computer, and I don't have the version on computer. I'm gonna imagine it looks a lot better, but there you go. Belfast, Norfolk, and Sheffield. How did I forget Sheffield? It's like my favorite British cruiser. What an idiot. 20 lashes. How did I forget? Yeah. So you end up having to play like keep away from where you think the Duke of York is while you pummel the British cruisers, and hopefully they don't put too much damage, and then turn away and try to get to the. It's just a really interesting scenario. But Old Shiny, yeah. How did I forget Old Shiny? Oh well, shame on me. That's what happens when you don't game something for many many years. I even have a book on her. Damn it! Shame on me. You bring shame on your family. Where is it? I got this a while ago. I believe that's what it's called. Old Shiny. Shiny Chef. Oop, there goes the ball game. No, 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 no. Well, I'm gonna find it now. No, no, I have it here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah. Life and Times of Old Shiny. One of my favorite cruisers. Probably my favorite cruiser. It was just in all the cool places at the right time and always had a really interesting paint scheme. So that always helps for us modelers. Yeah, Belfast, Norfolk, and Sheffield. That's right. And Jamaica was hanging out with Duke of York with the destroyers, S-class destroyers, if I remember correctly. Savage and Salmarez and that's what got me. That was the first stuff I was really interested in reading when I was in middle school. Is there was a series of books. I don't know what they were, and people have said, "Hey, are they these?" I don't think they were. I don't know that they even had that many pictures. I didn't need pictures. We had these huge warship books at home and stuff with all that, but it talked about who went where and what So you had all the German surface raiders and all that stuff. I remember that. That's the first thing I got into in when I was let's see, sixth grade. So I would have been 11. Yeah, never would have thought I would get to game stuff like that. That's awesome. Yeah, Sheffield was a crucial part of Force H. Renown. That's another ship I like. Six big guns and no conning tower armor with the rebuild. Okay, what were we doing with the sword? I think we were using the same type of dark color to do the sword sheath. We could keep working with that. I guess today's monologue is brought to you by naval ships. Hey, it's that was my first wargaming love, definitely. But still, you play those kind of games and you're not making any meaningful decisions most of the time, unless the ranges are really, really short, or unless you're playing a game with a lot of fog of war, which is difficult to do unless you're doing it on a computer or something like that. So, let's, uh, let's add a little bit more white to this. That way, this guy's got a fancy colored. scabbard without being a bright colored scabbard. But if I got back into it, I'd probably be very. If I was going to just do pre-dreadnoughts, there's this company called Tumbling Dice in the UK. Of course, it's the land of toys. Why wouldn't it come from the UK? And their stuff looks pretty good. But if I had to do World War II, World War One again, I'd go 1/6000. You have a game in a more realistic scale, representative of the more proportional to the game scale to the actual scale. That just wasn't available back then. Okay, this guy has, I think he has fleshy hands, meaning his hands are showing. So that's how we're going to paint this guy. Let's make our world famous mix of flesh mixing. I'm having really trouble trying to find a spot here that hasn't been contaminated by other paint on top of it. One of my favorite battles to do, and we actually did it on the 50th anniversary of it, is what they call the New Year's Eve. We always call it the New Year's Eve battle. But I guess technically the name of it is called the Battle of the Barents Sea. And that's Hipper and 3 destroyers and Lutzow and 3 destroyers. They split up to try to get a convoy in, and you have, I want to say, Belfast and Jamaica, and a convoy escorting them, and you hit them from both sides. And we did that one on the 50th anniversary. So we would have done that on, I was partying on New Year's Eve. Well, we didn't do it all the way in the evening, but so that would have been in 1990 when we did that. That was a December 31st, 1942 battle. But yeah, always that one. That one was pretty well balanced engagement. It was called the New Year's Eve battle. It's technically Battle of the Barents Sea. So I like the convoy stuff because it's always nice when the convoy ships get shelled by big ones. Sorry for you merchant mariners, but it's fun in a game, okay? Hey, I've said it before. I'm a pacifist in real life, but I'm a totalitarian on the game table. It's fun to see the merchant ships getting shelled. It doesn't happen that often. So when it does happen, I guess that's kind of the equivalent of taking somebody's camp in DBA. Looks like there might be some bronze on the bottom of this thing here. It's still not as satisfying as seeing an aircraft carrier being shelled by a surface ship. That's satisfying. That's one of the scenarios in Atlantic Fleet is you've got the Glorious and a couple of British destroyers. Glorious was a funky late World War One Jackie Fisher wet dream that he came up with, and it was a battle cruiser extra lighter. I think they had another name for it. Large light cruiser, pretty lightly armored, and had only 4 15-inch guns. And I think one of them ended up having like one turret that was one 18-inch gun or something crazy. They got converted in between the wars to aircraft carriers, and so they were fast aircraft carriers, but didn't have a very large complement of aircraft. And in the invasion of Normandy, it was either covering the British landings or something like that. It was out there with a couple of destroyers. And historically, the Scharnhorst and Eisenhower operating in out on a they were out on a date and operated together quite a bit and ended up shelling it and sinking it by surface gunfire in probably April of 1940. Um, 'Cause I think the whole Norwegian campaign was all in April of 1940. But you get to play out scenario in Atlantic Fleet. So as a British player, you've got to launch those aircraft and put some torpedo strikes into the twins before you meet your doom. So it's interesting. It's an interesting little scenario there. Now lockdown is relaxed. I've planned an afternoon down the pub. I need to eat now. A four, I imbibe some of the fine ales. Be seeing you. Okay, good. Enjoy your newfound liberty. And I hope that continues for you guys out there. Have one for me, please. Unless you're the kind of person that gets angry when they drink, in which case, have none for no one. Yeah, that's not me. I'm what I like to call a happy drunk. I think we're going to go ahead and change this guy into the white. I think this is the color that we used. Still kind of wet. So we're just going to take it, add some white to it. All we've got to do is just change it a little bit, add a little bit more brightness to it, and we should be fine. Pub. I'd never been in a pub in this country, except once. There's one place that I would call a pub here, but they're usually bars or restaurants with a bar area. We actually ran a game at a pub. We didn't run the game. We showed up and Mitch and Luke and I went and played, and not a damn person came over and saw that we were playing DBA game. and said anything. So there's no hope for humanity. I just think there's just a lot of people who just aren't interested in history. That's just shameful, you know. I could see you not liking a history class at school because, I mean, I took history as electives because I wanted to learn stuff. You know, I didn't want to do it for. I just wanted to. I wanted to learn stuff, and but they definitely do not teach it that way. It's just a, I don't know. So many really interesting things have really happened. But, oh well. That's why, I don't worry too much about doing some kind of an exhibition game. We'll do what we do. We'll do videos. If people watch them, that's cool. If people don't watch them, that's cool too. You know, if people are more interested in, say, watching people play with a ball, there's a lot of that in this town. Maybe there's a lot of that everywhere. That's never been my thing. Watching other people play with their balls. A lot of it depends on how you were raised. My dad was always wanted to learn things, and although he wasn't a war gamer, I definitely picked up the vibe of history from him. He never did that for a living. It was just kind of a hobby of his, one of his many. And he always wanted to learn things, and I definitely picked that up from him. This is just a way to participate in history, so to speak. So I was never into sports, so I never picked up the sports thing. I can see playing sports, but watching other people play sports, I just don't see what the point is. I know the last time that I didn't watch any sports except when the Olympics came on. We watched the Olympics, but that's when the Cold War was going on. After the Cold War, it's like I don't even want, and so much of the Olympic coverage here is just so America centric. It's like instead of just showing the freaking event and commentating, they're always like, let's show this one particular U.S. athlete, and then when they're not doing their thing and other people are competing, we won't show that, but we'll do a backstory on their life. I'm like, I don't give a crap. I want to see, the event or what, uh, it's just not my thing. So now I don't even watch the Olympics. So, okay, let's see if we made these guys look significantly different, or we're going to have to into extreme measures. I think that I think they're different enough. It doesn't look like it on the computer, but on the screen there, because see, even this one looks bluish. It's pulling some of the blue color off of him to make that appear. I think that looks okay. Do I need a coffee refill? Is that where we're at right now? I think so. Okay, I'll be right back, folks. All three of you that are watching, what happened? I'll be right back. Okay. And like I said, we're going to leave his little flag off because whatever flag we're going to do that, it's going to tie into something that we're going to have on him. Like, for instance, if I decide to put a shield on the general and his shield has a dragon on it, then I will probably have some dragon type of motif on that little flag. He's not going to have a dragon motif, but whatever it is, a lion or what have you, I'll have something that it ties in. Does this guy have a cape? He does. Oh, excellent. 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 Okay. All right. Quiet morning here. Except for this idiot here that keeps talking. All right. Hopefully you guys are getting your hobby stuff done as well. All right, so what do you got left? Oh, we're going to do the mix here of the fleshy mix for his hands. And we'll have to decide what color we're going to do. That's not it. What color we're going to do for the pole that he's carrying. It's just turned into a freaking mess. I'll clean it at some point. All right. This is kind of a big brush to be using for this, but I think I'll use it for get the main color down there, and then we'll go in with a smaller one. So let's find this little spot. We'll put some of this red leather and grab the black. You guys have probably seen this a million times. This is my Caucasian / white people blend mix color. I need to do some darker skinned armies because it's always fun to make those flesh mixes and how they turn out a little different. I'm just going to cover this whole area in this. All right, let's ditch this big old thing. Here it is. All right. Now, I'm going to take this here. Let's add more of this red leather to it. Yes, this is a real pin or needle or whatever you want to call it, and does not poke you. All you got to do is, people like freak out about that. Like, all you got to do is just take a file to it and just file it down for 3 seconds. And, I mean, if you fall and land on this, like on the ground, yeah, it's going to go through you, but so will everything else. But this stuff is great because you never have to worry about replacing it. It's harder than rock solid. So my next army will have knights. They're old knights, they're old tabletop games knights, and they have very minimally bendy, soft type of lances and stuff. And I'm going to replace every one of them with these pins, so they will be long lasting. Definitely, there'll be a lot of pin replacing stuff on there. So I got a whole smorgasbord of different sizes, so it should be no problem at all. And we're going to get now to the core color here, and we're going to go ahead and do the core and add a little bit of this sunny skin tone. You guys will be able to see that. I don't know, this is taking longer than I thought. Oh well, it is what it is. We'll get there eventually. I do want to work on those knights, the papal forces. Although the spears are going to be the first thing we do. A couple units of solid spearmen. We're going to militia spearmen. Scratch building stuff from an Aztec general stand. So surprisingly, that's actually it's a pretty competitive army. People think, it's not very good. It is. And well, DBA, it's a pretty good army because you've got half your army can be hordes. So you can lose half your troops and it doesn't matter. Now, with the scoring that we use, your opponent could really rack up the kills on that because you still, even though it doesn't cause you to lose a game, the kills still count against you. Or your opponent gets credit for the kills also. So the scoring system that we use here in the US is the NASAMW, okay, NASAMW, and it's North American Society of Ancient and Medieval Wargamers. And they came up with this system, and the way it is if you play someone in a tournament, the way it was described is they did it so that it is easy to distinguish winners from losers. So if you lose the game, you get 1 point for each unit you kill. The 1 point for every value that the unit is worth. So for instance, if you kill, no, you get 1 point for every kill, but the generals will cost two. So if you don't kill anybody, if you kill one unit, you get 1 point. If you kill one unit and a general, you get 3 points. If you kill a horde, they still count a point. They have to because you can't rate someone who didn't kill a horde and someone who did on the same level. I mean, if you kill no units, you get no points. But if you kill a horde, you would get a point. I mean, you've got to do it that way. And likewise, they also count against you if you win. But if you win, you start off with 20 points. So if you lose the game, you score only your kills. So you're going to have a really low number, usually nothing more than 5 at the most if you lose. And that's if you have a really long game or a longer game where you rack up things. You could conceivably get a 6 or a 7, but that's all you get if you lose. If you win, you get 20 points minus what you lost plus what you killed. So you're going to get some way. Well, you could, so if you've lost none and killed 4 units, you get 24 points, and the other guy would get 0. So that's how the game would be scored. But if you had, say, lost 2 units but killed 4, you would be 20 minus 2, be at 22 plus the 4, you'd be at 22 points. I think I did that right. Hold on, let me drink coffee. I can't add at night either, in the morning either. And that's just kind of the scoring system that was kind of the norm here at the conventions here in the United States for ever before I ever started playing it. And it works really well to distinguish between winners and losers kind of thing. So those hordes, your opponent will still get a point for killing them each, but it won't result in a lost game. So like for instance, in one of the conventions, I think Luke, I'm thinking it was Luke, someone killed a bunch of hordes and they ended up getting 30 points. So they won and got 30 points. That's a lot. You kill 6 hordes, all of a sudden you got 6 kills there. Even though they don't count, they still count for you. I mean, they have to. Otherwise, you can't. rate someone who won and didn't kill hordes, or got the same amount of kills and got hordes, the same as someone who got the same number of kills but didn't get the hordes. It's just it's not fair. It's not being that doesn't make sense that you would do it that way. So base answer for DBA, Armati, and possibly Impetus. Have you played Impetus? I have the rules. I bought them. I downloaded them. I think there's things in it we would like. I just haven't got around to doing it. I think the thing I would dislike the least would that it doesn't have pips. I think they're poor against mounted in Armati because they can't deploy deep. I have Impetus. I printed them out in full color. They're beautiful rules. I want to try it with half scale. So, in other words, in Impetus, I believe a unit of Saloy, a unit of skirmishers, is two of these and two deep. So you have one, two, three, four. You have 8 figures on one stand. I want to do is I want to play that as a unit of skirmishers, and my ranges and movement distances are halved, and my playing area is halved to see if I even like the games. I'm not rebasing. I'm not, and I'm not. I don't like multiple units, multiple bases that make a unit. But I'm willing to give it a go. But I'm just lazy. I'd rather paint. I mentioned before, if I got a wall here at my house, I said, I'm going to create my own set of rules that we're going to play by. I'm keeping all the DBA army lists. So you'll still have to buy DBA 3.0 to get your army list for the game, you know. And because if you're making new army lists, you're literally pulling things out of your nether regions. There's just information just doesn't exist. Phil made a lot of those judgment calls, and that just information just isn't there for these guys. So a lot of it is just educated guesswork, or so to it's not a matter of, well, I need to do all the research on the armies. This stuff isn't the information doesn't exist. It was never written down, it wasn't recorded, didn't survive, or all of the above. So at the end of the day, it's just a game, so it's all good. I wish the information existed, but it doesn't. Not until I build that time machine. You're not thrilled with Impetus. I have heard, well, there's a couple things of Impetus that I find interesting, at least from my limited reading of it. The first thing is that the only thing I can tell you that I do not like about it is that it doesn't have pips. What is interesting about it is I don't believe you have to conform, and I believe that units can take cohesion type hits, which I like. Hint for future games. But it has no pips. But different people's cavalry would be different. So there's not like one knights. I mean, some knights are better than others. And some units, some armies are of different army size. So some may have only 8 units, and some may have 9, and some have 10, depending. So I think that's cool. You know what I'm not thrilled about? I'm not thrilled about playing a new game and have to play 50 games of it before I get the hang of it. Or then realize, shit, I've been playing the first 20 games wrong. I'm just, I'm kind of done with that part of my life. It's really unsatisfying to play games wrong when you have the intent of playing them correctly. But yeah, I just haven't messed with them. But I should say I have basic impetus. I don't have the more complicated one or the bigger scale, more zoomed in one, whatever you want to call it. But I've heard some people that are like, I'll tell you one thing. I bet the Mongols play more realistically than they do in DBA. I'll guarantee they do. It's going to be hard to not make that that way. I know they play better at Armati. Just light horses just don't represent well in this game. Oh well, nothing's perfect, right? As long as the rules are good enough to keep you painting, that's what's important. For me, I think we're gonna make this guy's a really light colored flagpole, something like maybe like this. That's what I'm thinking. So that's where we're gonna go next. For my limited involvement in Armati, it seems like Armati is really unbalanced as far as army lists. Some army lists are. I think DBA is really well balanced from the standpoint of most of the time, but if you do something like what's interesting is the power armies that are in Armati and the power armies that are in DBA are definitely not the same. Yeah. I don't mind playing other rules. I just don't want to play them wrong, you know. And but there isn't anything out there. I've said it before. I just can't see stopping to play DBA and playing something that's already out there. Now, I haven't played Mortem at Glorium. That one has hope. I don't know how it does conforming, but the it's definitely not going to be Triumph or Arc de la Guerre. I'm not jumping ship to go to one of those. They have some things that are cool, but it's no better. So there's no point in doing that. In my opinion, if you enjoy what you're playing, keep playing what you're playing. I mean, it's not like they're horrible. It's just not any better. So why should I go through the effort? But by the time I say go through the effort of learning how to play Mortem at Gloriam, it'd be easier just to make our own rules. Because at least you'll know if you're making your own rules, you're playing them correctly. It's a little bit more satisfying. Do I like a Field of... I have heard of a classical hack, but I've never played it. Do I like Field of Glory? On computer, because I played a fair amount of it on computer. It's okay. There's things about it that I like better than DBA. I like the cohesion. I like the three statuses. I like that there's that level of disorder in it. I don't like that there's no pips. Light horse are definitely represented better in it. I'm I'm playing in a term. I've played it quite a bit. Currently playing several games now, and I'm playing in a tournament. And one gentleman I've been playing for a while now. That's a DBA player, and so we kind of have the same background. He's a DBA player and a DBA painter. So I definitely enjoy playing games with him because we have kind of the same background. There's things I like about it better than DBA. There's things I don't like better than DB. One of the things that's really frustrating is you set up to try. One thing that's really powerful in that game is flanking someone and hitting them from two different sides. And it's really frustrating to set it up. You have one unit here, another guy, you're going to go to flank, and then this guy gets pushed back. So now you can't flank him in the same turn. Like you set, it's just, but I think it's probably more realistic. I just don't like that it has pips. I think it's good for a computer game, but I actually prefer the precursor of Field of Glory, which is Pike and Shot, better, just because I like the period. I think it does a lot of the Renaissance stuff correctly. But yeah, I like it, but not to go and play the miniatures game. I don't like codex games where you have to buy like, well, this codex is for the Byzantines and this one's for Dark Ages. I want all the rules for everything all the time. The point buy system of Armada helped with a balance. I don't like spending a lot of time trying to tinker with an army and making it the right point value. I don't mind the point value system, but like that's what I hate about Big Battle DBA. I don't want to figure out what unit is on which command and come up with this game within the game, and then you roll pips, and then all your planning went out the window. Just reminds me of what I have to do at work, where you have to plan and things go sideways, and you just have to stiff upper lip it. No, not being paid for that. So that's why I don't like Big Battle DBA. And it just takes longer. I'd rather play more games of standard DBA. But yeah, as a computer game, it's pretty good. I got the new mod that I like the medieval one better than the one that's not medieval because it looks better. Even though the very first game I'm playing, who was I playing? Hungarians or something like that. I'm like, these guys have the wrong heraldry on them. Like right off the bat, I'm like, I already know too much. Like, this is Low Country's heraldry. What is it doing on my Hungarian knights? But it doesn't have the pip mechanism. I Yeah, there's things I like about it. I was able to the first time I ever picked it up, I was able to play it like I've been playing it not my whole life, but you know what I'm saying. It's the same type of game. You're making the same type of decisions. It's just strange that you can basically move anybody you want all the time, unless they're in really bad shape, the unit. And I remember at Historicon, people were when the Field of Glory game came out, the miniatures game, people were playing that intensively for like 2 years, and then it's like tumbleweeds. Nobody's playing it anymore. So I'm like, I'm glad I didn't get into a game that's like that. I value my time way too much that I can't get involved in some game that 3 years from now people aren't playing anymore because this is an investment of my time. I want to always play with these figures. What rules we're playing with them is Not really that relevant, but I don't want to be like, okay, well, you can't use them anymore. They now got to be based a certain way, and I value my own time too much to deal with that type of nonsense. So got to keep moving forward. I don't need to go back and retrofit things I already have that are complete. But I do like the Field of Glory computer game. I haven't played the strategic game, whatever it's called, Field of Glory Empires. I'm not a strategic player. I don't enjoy that type of play. I'm a tactics kind of guy. So strategy, whatever. And the same thing goes for reading. I don't particularly care to read a book on Eisenhower. I would rather read a book on small unit tactics. All right, make sure we got a black coating on all this. And let's go in with this. But I think I saw a poll one time. Most people prefer strategy games than the tactical stuff. I like, oh well. I don't. I remember a buddy of mine growing up, his favorite game was Advanced Third Reich. I punched somebody in the face if I had to play that again. Burps and lurps and kerps and, decisions I don't like to make. A board that is unappealing to look at. Core size units that aren't labeled as what unit, what core they are, so you could learn something from history. Just nothing there for me. But some people like that type of gameplay. I'm not one of them. Was it Advanced Third Reich? Or Rise and Decline of the Third Reich? Whatever. You know which one I'm talking about. That Avalon Hill game. Just unpleasing to look at. You got all your Field of Glory, rule sets, and army books, period. Oh. Is there anybody that you know playing Field of Glory still? It just disappeared. I don't know what the deal was with it. I'm not opposed to playing really complicated stuff like that, but I can't be the point guy on it. You know what I mean? Somebody else has to look things up, and that's why I don't mind playing DBN, but I'm not interested in reading the rules of it. I'll ask Joel, hey, listen, can I do this or whatever? I just I don't want to read rules anymore. I don't want to decipher Barkerese or other things. I've just done it too many times. It's just not very satisfying. Not that I'm aware of. Last played it about 6-ish years ago. I wonder why. I wonder why. I mean, that's too many troops for me to paint and too long of a game. But Somebody else is supplying the stuff. I don't know. The computer game also seems like the effect that generals have is nothing like DBA. DBA's general is pretty important. And that one, it's like if you lose your general, you don't get a free 45-degree turn every bound. Whoop dee, not very useful for just going forward. Now, the other thing I do like about it is if you break a unit that's next to it, other guys beside them take a morale check, and they could also break too. So you could really have like a snowball type of effect. I like that. I like that kind. There's a lot of things that I like about it, but I wish I had a pip mechanism. And then you could be pulling your hair out when you roll poorly. How to use them, you know. But then the advantage of playing a computer game is you can't play the game wrong. Well, you can play the game wrong, like you make bad decisions, but assuming it's programmed correctly, you can't break the rules. It's not like, oh, I moved this guy farther than he should have been able to. The computer just doesn't let you do it, so that's cool. And you don't spend a long, it's immediately set up. You don't spend a long time setting the damn game up. So games always had to look and feel real balanced. That's good. Already had DBM armies, so it was an easy start. Okay. I wonder what all those people that are playing Field of Glory are playing now then. What they went to. I never played any Ancients or Medieval stuff until 2004. So whatever happened before that is just outside of my realm. Well, which is a shame. I think I would have enjoyed it earlier than that, but I think on the plus side is I didn't have to unlearn other rule sets to play what I'm playing now. We're going to still put a metal tip on the end of this, even though technically this is not a weapon. You don't stab somebody with a banner. I mean, I guess you do if that's all you have, but do you think a good name for a 15 millimeter block would be flesh-colored mims? Don't think big battle 18 millimeter ancients that popular anymore. In the 1990s, DBM was king. Hmm. I have my blog, which I don't go on it anymore. It's much more efficient to either do these videos or just communicate through the Facebook groups. But my, what's it called? Not Squarespace. What the hell is it called? WordPress. My WordPress site used to be called Figuratively Speaking, figure dash atively. I think that's, I thought about changing my channel name to that, but I'm like, it's too difficult to say, oh yeah, by the way, I'm Tony. I'm the guy that does that one site. Oh, that's cool. And then people would be misspelling the figuratively. It just looked for me. And I may do something on here, content that's not necessarily related to figures, but that is what my love is about painting these little guys. So I don't know that I would play this if I wasn't a painter. But I've always painted miniatures, so yeah. I haven't put content on my WordPress site since my nan and chow were done, so that's probably 3, 4 years ago. It's just too much effort and not enough people see it, and you can't really tell who's looking at your stuff on those sites. And they're really geared towards people that like to write content. I'm not a writer. I have no problem having conversations, sharing information like we're doing now, and in other ways, making videos, but writing page long things, I don't see who sees it, or if they, you know, I don't have a PhD where I like to paint, like to write. I'm not a writer. I don't like to, I can, I just not interested. That's not my thing. Never was, never will be. Part of it is that I'm old enough that I didn't grow up using a computer. I didn't grow up typing all the time. So I learned to type kind of on my own. So I can't, for instance, look at the screen and type. I don't hunt for keys, but, and I don't use pinkies, but I use all the other fingers. I don't hunt for them. So it's very cumbersome for me to type a bunch of things out. And I'm also a spelling Nazi. So it's really frustrating to put all the letters there, but invariably you get them in the wrong order. Like I end up spelling orange all the time when I want to put orange. And it's very frustrating for me to type things out and it not come out perfectly. So it creates more work for me. And I don't enjoy typing because of that. Doesn't mean that I can't. It just, it'd be like if I was frustrated every time I painted, well, then I wouldn't paint, you know. This is zero frustration. I could botch this up and fix it easy, you know. But writing things, that's why I don't get people get on the internet and argue with each other. Screw that crap, man. That's just isn't worth it. You don't see many 18 millimeter ancients or medieval and tabletop commanders apart from yours. What do you guys what do you guys mostly do on there? What's the thing? Two finger typer here. Yeah, I'm not that bad. I just can't look at the screen. I've thought, I should probably take a class, but I'm like, why would I want to do that? I'd rather spend the time painting. But I'm not hunting for anything. It's just I got to look at the keys. And I've typed a long time, ever since we had a computer in the 90s. It's just these kids now, like my daughter, she can look at the screen and type. Like it must be wonderful. Also, I don't make any mistakes when I write. Well, you know what I mean. We all make mistakes, but I'm just saying everything is written correctly and everything. And I don't have dyslexic moments when I write. That you do when you type. Like all the letters are there, but you didn't hit the keys. This guy landed before this one did, and that kind of thing. So yeah, I find it really strange, for me at least, that people are just getting into World War II stuff because that's what I grew up with. So, World War II is kind of ancient history. That doesn't mean I don't like it. I like it too much. And so it's kind of a religious thing for me in that I want all the minutia of the detail, or I don't want to play it at all. And that's okay if I never play it again because that's all we used to do. I used to say that World War II is the perfect balance between technology and brute force. Anything more modern is too much technology, and anything beforehand is a little too much brute force. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that now, playing as much ancients and medievals that I have. I enjoy the ancients and medievals because it's like, I'm tired of painting Romans red. Okay, so go paint Mongols or something totally different. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the scene is, you know. as far as what people are interested in. I know there's periods that just don't interest me at all, and but that's if other people are interested in it, like American Civil War, like please, you know, gag me with a musket. I'd play Napoleonics, and I've played Napoleonics, but ACW, forget it. Just not interested in the equipment. Period. War, not my thing. You know. We got to do some rains on this guy. Let's use the same color and just make it a little bit darker. Use my little same color cheat. But I grew up playing percentile style games for World War II, counting rivets, millimeters of armor. A basic game for me would be playing something like Advanced Squad Leader, which isn't difficult. It might be difficult now because it's advanced so much, but back when it came out in the late 80s, that's not a difficult game. That's an extremely well written game, unlike what we're playing these days. Sorry, Phil. It's true. Take care, Neil. Thanks for stopping by. But that's what I grew up playing, is things that are really complicated. World War II games that are really complicated. Now, I'm not old enough to have played games like the SPI games. I don't think I've ever played an SPI game. They, I'm not old enough to play that. They just weren't around. So I never played stuff like Sniper and things where you're running like a whole squad and pre-calculating where everybody was going to move to. Okay, that's extreme, but I don't necessarily want a game that I control everything. I just want a game where it has lots of detail and I get to see what happens kind of in slow motion. So I get to enjoy those moments. I don't necessarily want to over control everything. I like games that are chaotic, that are chaos management. So the fact that you play a game like Field of Glory, where you just want to hit him, and then sometimes the guy just takes off and keeps chasing after a unit, I enjoy that because I think that those are things that you, as the overall commander, wouldn't have any control over. So you have to just do your best job at managing some of those things. I just don't like a game where you don't get to see all that minutia happening. I don't know if that makes any sense. So, like, if I'm playing a World War II game, I want a tactical game where you're running like half a squad per person, and you're throwing grenades, and you're rolling to see where the grenade hits. And sometimes it doesn't. It's not like, well, it does. It affects guys. I want to know where it lands. So you go, oh my God, it's right next to the freaking bookcase. I wonder what's going to happen now. Roll, that kind of stuff. That's like slow motion movie type moments is what I live for, in that kind of a environment, that kind of a game, you know like, okay, the guy gets shot with a Mauser. Okay, where does he get hit on his body? And I understand you can't run a you can't run a company. Remember, you're running a company. What all of a sudden you're making decisions like every single leader in that company? No, you need to dial it back down, and you're only running a couple guys. you know Many Field of Glory players went to Arc de la Guerre, some to Mortem. Field of Glory has some unit interactions that they just couldn't seem to fix. Romans versus Barbarians was one. And I wonder if it's just, I think a lot of games have, the people that design the games just don't play the game enough. We've played the living hell out of DBA. I'll be honest with you. We have played the living hell out of this game, and we still encounter things that are new to us. That's saying a lot. That's probably why we've stuck with it, because there's a lot of things that, are cumbersome or what have you, or they could be better, but there's still this, you still encounter things that surprise you or like, oh shit, this is going to happen. That's awesome. Or, that's the appeal. I don't know. Field of Glory Renaissance is considered a better game. I love Pike and Shot on the computer, which is supposedly that's what it's one's based on the other or something like that. I think that's a great game. It does a lot of things right, in my opinion. And one of the best things about that game on the computer is the battlefields look like the real battles because it forces you, you're moving on squares, right? So if you have like a unit of pikemen, it's all in the square, but it doesn't go up to the edge of the square. So there's a little bit of white space in between that and the next unit. So it looks like a real battlefield. So I'm thinking if I did ever do a Renaissance game or work on my Renaissance game, it may play better if it's just on a gridded map, like what's that one that they talk about, to the strongest, so that you have that little bit of white space in between the units. So in other words, these guys, if these were blocks of pikemen or what have you, they'd never be like this. There would always be a little bit of white space showing between them so that the battles look like more realistic instead of like DBA having like straight across everybody's connected, which, you know, none of those games really compare with DBA. DBA is only, it's a great game. I don't know that it's a great military simulation, but whatever. Hey, I've spent probably hundreds of thousands hours painting these little guys, so it can't be that bad, right? We've had more fun playing this game than any other game. I mean, it's not even close. It's not even close. And we keep. I mean, I've played over 2,000 games of DBA, and we keep. And I mean, Mitch and I together have almost played 900 games, and we keep encountering things that are new, and we keep coming back to it. So it must be all that in a bag of chips. I just wish the game was laid out better for newcomers to understand. Notice I didn't even say the language. It's not even the language. I wish the game was organized a little bit better. And I know I had somebody said you guys should do an unofficial guide. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Putting that much effort into it, I might as well just come up with my own set of rules. Which I just want to paint figures, folks. I just want to talk about figures. And you'll laugh. Like, I got these Russians. They're nearly done, right? I've got this guy to finish up, and then this guy, and then my Russians are done. Well, obviously I got to base them. There's still 20 or 30 hours worth of work to do after that point. I'm not even excited to play these guys. I want to start working on the next army. You know, so I've played a lot. So what's the sad face for, Kevin? Oh, you're up late. You're usually up at like some stream thing. What's the sad face for? Is that a crying face? I don't know. Have a drink, cheer up. Well, maybe not at 5:30 in the morning or 6:30 in the morning. But to get back to what I was saying is, I hope I'm not out of line saying this. I'm not. I don't think there's anybody that has designed a rule, a game that has played more of that game than we have playing DBA. I am certain that that is the case. Who designed Armati? Guaranteed, he did not play 2,000 freaking games of his game. Guaranteed. It's not possible. They would have moved on to make other games and stuff. So if I was going to make another set of rules, can't imagine anybody who would be better at it. Not better at it, but they would have more experience in what works and what doesn't than we do. So But I don't have any intentions of doing that right now because I don't like to type, remember? But you played 900 games just against Mitch, just against Mitch. But all games, all types of DBAs is over 2,000. But yeah, yeah, all you got to do is just keep playing it over and over and over again. Mitch has all kinds of other games, and we just don't play them because we keep coming back to this. So I think most rules people just is a business for them, and for us, this is our therapy, you know. So think how much time you guys waste watching television, especially for you guys like watching sports. Add that up. How much could you be painting instead? Playing games. It adds up. It's over 11 years or something like that. 90 games over 11 years. So what is that like? It's not that many. I mean, it's okay. Let's just do the quick math. That's say 80 games a year. Okay, 52. That's on average less than 2 games a week. Dude, that's totally doable. You don't play one week, but the next week you play 4 games. Okay, now you're ahead. You just have to be persistent. It's just like I paint one of these armies and it takes 200 freaking hours. That's a lot of time. Okay, but you don't do it in one sitting and you spend an hour and then the next hour builds upon the other stuff you have. It's not like you have to repaint, you know. You just have to be consistent. We were looking at vehicles yesterday, right? Because it's time to renew our leases. And I was talking to some other guy that was friendly, which is if there's anything I've learned in the last, well, since the pandemic happened, people just aren't friendly to each other anymore. I'm not talking about us that we have a common interest, or I'm just taking people on the street. People just aren't. It's definitely changed the psyche of people, and hopefully we can come back from that because I don't know. I feel like it's almost done irreparable damage to society. This masking, separating thing from each other, but I was talking to this guy that was friendly, and we're talking about how many miles we drive a year. And I said, well, I can't do a lease that's less than 12,000 miles a year because 8,000 miles a year is just driving to and from work. Drive that far, but it's something you do every day of the week, consistently over and over again. So whatever it is that you do consistently over and over again, that's what really determines the results. Same thing happens with eating well or having one bad meal isn't going to make anything, but if it's something you do over and over every single day, it's going to have the thing that's going to affect you the most. So no, we're not going to talk about weight loss plans. Certainly not an expert on that. But yeah, if you paint every day for 30 minutes or whatever, you're going to get things accomplished. you know You do both at the same time, paint and watch. See, I can't do that. I'm a horrendous multitasker. So if I had the TV on, which I have a TV, if I had that thing on, I would be constantly, what's this? Huh? And, I would be, a mouth breather looking up, and then I would have paint on my brush, and it would dry here, and I'd ruin my brush. I'm telling you because that's happened before. So, yeah, that's why I'm doing this because we can interact. I can stay on track. We can still talk figures. Good stuff. All right, let's get some. Do we have a brown that's alive here? I believe this one is still. Nope. Guess again. All right, let's get my white supremacist brown, as I like to call it. SS. camouflage black, which isn't black at all. It's extremely dark brown. This must be the dark shade on their smocks or something like that. I'm certain that's what it is. All right, let's get some of that down. We're going to use that as a base. We're going to make this horse a blonde. Pop a little bit of color in here. And, uh-oh, what do we got? Oh, nothing new. Okay. At ease. Yeah, if I watch something on TV, best case scenario, I would watch something like that Kings and Generals channel. Okay, those guys that do all that history stuff with the maps and the moving the little counters around. Those guys are awesome. Those guys and the Baz Battles guys. Those guys are great. Okay, but the problem with that is best case scenario. I have it on in the background. Can't look at the map. And then every 15 minutes, when the video's over with, I have to stop and search for the next thing I want to watch. That's just like, it's easy for me to get off track. And the next thing you know, 2 hours have gone by and I've painted a helmet. So I can't have that, or I won't get anything done. As much as I enjoy the content on those type of channels and is really complementary to what we're doing here. Now, this horse was painted a different color brown with black in the brown to bring it up to color and then highlighted with white. We're not going to highlight this hair with any white. We're going to use this color here. And let's see if we can get it to look complementary, but different. We should be able to pull that off. Not my first rodeo. And if I don't like how it turns out, I just repaint it. It's easy. I do really thin paint anyways, so it should be just fine. And this is about the final. I got to do his belt. I got to work my way into doing his belt there. And that's probably about it on this guy. And then we can go to the leader guy. The Prince. Prince Yuri Yurovich. At that one book I mentioned yesterday, he's got one of the leaders in the Kalka River was Mislav Mislavovich, so we could have everybody has a name like that, a last name version of the first name. Vladimir Vladimirovich. Dmitry Dmitrovich. I mentioned we're talking about World War II stuff, and I said it's really difficult for me to refer to the Germans as Nazis and the Russians as Soviets. I just always call them Germans and Russians. Always have, and it's really handy now because I wouldn't if I hadn't done that I might start calling these guys Soviets. And I just never called them the other. Obviously, if I read it in the book, I know what the hell they're talking about. But where was the area I was working at right here? Where was the boy? This is getting really. I think I'm going to change. I'm going to change this when I go to the leader. It's just so difficult to find a spot that I can work with here. I should donate this to the art museum. It's better than many things there. Well, you know what? I lied. I am going to add some white. Oh, oh, you said you weren't going to. Because we need to. There we go. We need to get a little bit more depth in some of this color. I'll show you guys here in a second here where we're at. Okay. Now it's getting to be close to 9, so we can already see the light coming through the transom window here. There's really good light in this room, but I don't really use it most of the time because I'm hunkered down here in the looking at this close-up thing. Let's see. Where is my little so I'm not moving it around. Let's see what we got here. Get it in focus. So we got to do some stuff on the muzzle. Probably put a star on his forehead. Maybe put some socks on the horse. The belt. Other than that, this guy's pretty much done. And of course, he's going to be the guy that's going to be carrying this banner. Okay. I got to use little boy's room. I will be right back. And no, I was not in the bathroom that long. So other people woken up. So, oh, nobody said anything. Okay, cool. Downscope. Almost 3 hours, and I still don't have this one guy done. Hey, it just takes a while, you know? Now, this guy's belt is showing back here, but really nowhere else. Let's go get a leathery color. No, not that one. I know which one I want. I just gotta find it. I think it's called saddle brown. There it is. This one. And stay down. Incorrigible paint bottle. Yeah, after we're done with this guy, we switch to him. We're definitely gonna switch this paper out. This is done. What is that over there? Yeah, see, this is what happens. So look at all these paints that have come out to play and they've stayed out here, That's the problem with that whole thing. So that's why you see me and I'm like, the first thing I got to do is get rid of these paints that are encroaching me. And next thing you know, I'm like painting over here in a corner of my desk. I'm encroached by all these paints. But it's over here on the left side, and I'm extremely right-handed, so they're not really bothering me being over there. Okay, the belt, right. Have you ever watched a movie called 1612? Yes, I had to stop watching. I didn't like it. Russian movies are extremely propaganda-like. I did. I watched probably the first half. I didn't like the main guy. They just had weird things in there. Like they had like a Spanish character in. Like what the hell are you doing in Russia? It was just really weird. So I watched that one right after I watched the. Is it called Fire and Sword? The Polish one. I'd watch it again. I'd give it a shot. But the Russian films are just so propaganda-like. You know. Yeah, I didn't like the main guy. I remember the main guy was just some Orlando Bloom type of guy. Just didn't do anything for me. It's kind of bland. And that's the movie that has. Isn't that the movie that has the scene where they open the door or whatever, and the canister fire goes into the horses or something like that from the cannon that he's wielding, or they manhandle a cannon up to the gate of the fortress or something like that, and it just grape shot, whatever it is, the canister just tears up the horses. Well, you shouldn't be attacking a fortress with horses anyways, dude. Like that movie, what is it, 234? It's a horrible movie, except for the graphics. The graphics are incredible. But it's like, come on, dude. So a lot of the Russian movies are that way. I finally got around to seeing in the last probably 8 months that movie that had been talked about being the most horrific movie ever made, called Come and See. It's a Russian movie. And what, from like 1985 or something like that. I think I found a place to finally watch it, and that was not a propaganda movie. But then still, it had some things in it that were like, I don't, that just seem unbelievable. The reaction to some of the characters, how they were acting around, it just seemed really weird, but not how I would have done it. But anywho, I've been hearing about that movie for so long, and I'm like, all right, I got to see what I I don't know if it doesn't bode well that it really. I've played so much Eastern Front gaming that it almost. I don't want to say it didn't phase me. That's probably the wrong way to say it. But nothing in it really was, I found surprising. And maybe if I had seen it in 1985 and I was 14 years old, it'd be different. But, it didn't really, it really didn't affect me as much as it probably should have. I remember when, I think I was 17 at the time, the thing that probably affected me the most in a movie, I'm not calling horror movie. I don't watch horror movies and stuff like that. I'm just talking about, military type genocide type. Now we're going into the genocide type stuff. You know, that affected me the most was probably when they had that miniseries, which by today's standards is stupid. That whole War and Remembrance miniseries. They showed it on TV, and there was a scene at Auschwitz, and it was in full color with the bodies. And I mean, that was like, that's, I don't know, scarring, but I will always remember that. I will always remember that scene. And being 17 or 16 or however old I was, on network TV, and it was in full color. And yeah, that's something else. That's something else. So that's why I think that Schindler's List was a shame that it was in black and white, because it's so much more powerful in color. It's so much more powerful, you know. So, but I didn't mind Come and See so bad because it didn't portray, a lot of the Russian movies really portray the Stalinist regime as happy-go-lucky, and then the Germans came in and ruined it all. And it just like, okay, they're both freaking bad. And in some ways, one can be worse than the other, but it's just like, it's like picking which way do you want to die. It's like they're both freaking bad. And I don't feel like Come and See did it that way. I mean, the he ended up going to go join the resistance fighters, and they were freaking brutal to them. And even he went, they're his own people, so it's like it wasn't pushing the agenda where it's like, they were happy-go-lucky, Russians, and kind of minding their own business, and I don't know. And then it had all the drug induced type of bad trip moments and things like that. Right. I don't know what right you're talking about. Son of the Mask is the worst movie ever made. So did you walk out of the movie theater on Son of the Mask? It's the worst movie ever made. I've never seen it. I guarantee you I will disagree with you. Worst movies ever made. How does that saying go? And now for something completely different. I have not seen The Son of the Mask. There's some pretty bad movies out there. And most of them is not because of the acting. It's not saying there's bad actors out there. I'm just saying most of it is how the screen. I remember one of the funniest things that ever happened in a movie, to me, anyways. I think we rented this movie. I don't think we saw it in the movie theater. Is I find myself watching movies that are not a movie that I would normally watch, but because it's set in a war setting, I watch it anyways. So, in other words, it ends up being a movie that's romantic or political or something that I'm not necessarily interested in, but because it's set in a certain period, that there could be fighting scenes or combat or something like that, I find myself seeing them. One of these movies that I've only seen once was The English Patient. Was that, what would that have been? Early 90s, mid 90s, something like that. And what makes a movie not very good is one where you don't give a shit what happens to any of the characters. And I think that that was what I remember about that movie. That's what I remember. I don't care what happened to the main guy or the nurse or any of those things. So there's this one scene. I want to say that the nurse, the female character, I don't remember anything about the movie really, but this female character was in, I'm going to say it was Italy, and she was attached to some Indian unit or whatever. And there's some scene where she goes out into a minefield and starts poking around in the minefield for whatever reason. I don't even remember what it was about. But I just remember I was watching it with my buddy Jeff, and I just break out with it. Oh my goodness, you don't do that. It's a minefield in my Indian accent. And immediately afterwards, the Indian character said exactly the same thing word for word. It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. I mean, you had to be there. You just had to be there. I don't remember anything else about that movie, other than that. So, yeah, I'm not particularly interested in watching political or romantic type stuff, but I will end up watching historical drama type things like that. Like, I think I went through like 4 seasons of The Tudors, and it just didn't do it for me. I just like gave up. I watched what was the other one that the one about the popes? What's the name? The Borgias. Same thing. Just it didn't go anywhere for me. I was expecting it to be better. Now, one that was actually historical drama that was pretty good, surprisingly so, was Versailles. I really enjoyed Versailles, and that had very few combat scenes, but that was enjoyable. That was really interesting. But yeah, Son of Mass, worst movie ever made. It's gonna make me want to see that movie just to see how bad it is. I think I've only walked out of 3 movies ever in a movie theater. I mean, obviously, I've seen worse movies, not in a movie theater, but it's got to be pretty bad to pay for a movie and walk out. I'm pretty sure they've all been comedies. Keys and Generals just posted Agincourt. I know everything. That's not a good one, is it? You guys already know what happened in that one. Now that I've pretty much finished the War of the Roses book by Dan Jones, I should watch some War of the Roses, see if them or Baz Battles has that stuff. Now that I've got a good grasp of the situation, or a pretty good grasp of the situation. Right, socks. We're gonna put some socks in this guy, but let's be different. Let's only put them on the ones in the back. Let's just be different about that. Yeah, those guys do really good work. I love how they work the counters that show the person's. I don't know if they do it, but the Pike and Shot channel just did something on the French Wars of Religion. They're on part 2, and they do little portraits moving around on the map and describing things, and it works really, 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 really well for me. I like map tie-ins. I get it. I'm a big geography buff, so Agincourt. You gotta watch Creasy and Potier first. I'm sure. Hopefully, they've done those two first. So here we go. Here's the see this light. This is the natural light, which is I can feel it bake in the side of my head, but it only lasts for 15 minutes or so, and then it goes by. It's the summer solstice here at what's the name of that damn place? The Rocks. Anyways, it's shining right through the exact place, but it happens every day, unless it's cloudy, obviously. Stonehenge. That's what it is. Summer solstice at Stonehenge. It's always on the tip of your tongue, isn't it? Son of the Mask. We'll have to put that on the watch list. I remember the first movie when it came out. I thought the first movie was a pretty good movie. I don't have a thing for Cameron Diaz, but she looked good in the first movie. That's it. Didn't do anything for me in any of the anything she's ever been in that I've seen, but she was cute in the first movie. What was that? 91, 92, something like that when it came out. Let's turn this up. Kind of back asswards here. And this should be the core color. Yep. And we'll mix this up with white. You came out of left field with that one. It made you think of Son of a Mask, worst movie. I don't know. Would you guys come up with some of the worst movies you guys have ever seen? What do you think? Trying to think of the worst movie I've probably seen that I can think of right now. And the reason I watched it was because we've actually been on this particular ship. It's the one that takes place on the cruise ship with Adam Sandler on it when he plays his own sister. I don't even remember what the name of it is. Came out maybe 6 years ago, whatever. 6, 7 years, 8 years ago. We've been on the cruise ship. Like, oh, cool. We're on there. I forget what it's called. Jack and Jill. Worst movie I've ever seen. That I remember seeing. I'm sure there's worse, but I'm not a big fan of Adam Sandler to begin with. He kind of does one type of character, and that's his shtick. And if you like that character, it works for you. But if you don't like that character, well, that's all it kind of does. So, but that's the worst movie that I can remember right off the bat. Seeing, I'm sure there's others. When I think of the other ones, I'll be like, no, no, these other ones are actually couldn't think of. They're actually worse. But yeah, I was on some channel the other day or some Facebook page, whatever, and I think it was a generic Facebook page like War Gamers or something like that that pulls people from everywhere. It was some site that was war game related, definitely, because that's pretty much all the groups I subscribe to are war game related. And they were talking about war movies, and everybody's least favorite war movie consistently, you either love or hate this movie, is Thin Red Line. I fall into the I didn't like the movie category, but I saw it a long time ago, and I'm willing to give it another shot. But the problem with the war movie is, from my standpoint, is If I'm watching a World War II movie, what do I want to see? I want to see equipment and tactics and action in full color. That's what this person wants to see. I don't care about personal tribulations or horror or morality issue. I don't care about that stuff. That's not what I'm there for. If I want to see a movie about Guadalcanal, I want to see, Japanese charging at Alligator Creek, and the occasional, like, are they going to use a Stuart in action? Because there was a couple of them on there. I want to see that kind of stuff, or the naval battles with the ship. That's what this guy wants to see. I'm not interested about morality plays or other stuff. And I think that's what that movie kind of was. So I went to see A, and then ended up being Q. So you know, now that I know that the movie isn't about what I want it to be about, maybe I'll give it another shot. But people either love or hate that movie. It seems to me that most people do not like that movie. But that's what this person wants to see the movies about. So if you take a movie that I know some people don't like this movie, I happen to like it, and I was really impressed when I saw it at the movie theater. I mean, like, really impressed when I saw it in the movie theater. Did I mention the fact that I was really impressed when I saw this movie in the movie theater? Yes, was Saving Private Ryan. Because yes, it had all those little morality type things, story within a story, but there was lots of action scenes. I think they did a really good job mocking stuff up. And I don't necessarily mean the Tiger Tank. I mean, like the German half. I'm really impressed with the German half tracks, all that kind of stuff. I think that it had all of the. It surprised me. It was so much better than I was expecting to see it when I saw it in the movie theater. I remember sitting in the movie theater at the time, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's a real German half track!" Oh my, I was just really impressed. So that's probably one of the best movie experience I've ever had. You go to a movie with certain expectations, and then you come out like, "Holy shit, that was good," And that, no, was it a perfect movie? No. It's got its issues, but remember, it's a movie. Remember what the track record of these movie making people is. And it's really low. It was really pretty low. So yeah, I was severely, I was significantly impressed with that. But that's the kind of stuff I want to see. You know, it was much better than Fury, and I saw Fury in the movie theater. You know, yeah, Fury had some cool scenes, like the anti-tank gun scene and stuff like that, and how they made all the tanks look different. They give them personality, with the stuff that's growing on the outside and not growing on. You know what I mean? With all the packs and stuff. That's how you make Shermans interesting. Is you put all kinds of equipment and stuff on them and give them all personality, sandbags and things like that. But isn't Thin Red Line more of an anti-war movie? I don't know. I've only seen it one time, and it's okay to have a war movie be an anti-war movie. I mean, war. I mean, war stuff is cool because we want to play it, but we don't want to be in one. I mean, it's horrible stuff. You know, these people die for their government, and they don't give a shit about them. Pretty much sums up just about everybody, but doesn't mean we don't want to see this stuff in action. Again, looking at it through a war gamer's lens. But it's okay for a war movie to be anti-war. It just didn't show the action that I wanted to see. So Okay, let's do some hoofies. It's okay for it to be in a war. I'm telling you, if you're in a war, you're not going to be really pro-war. You're going to want to get the hell out of there. You know. Where is aha? You're over here. Anti-war movie would be like Full Metal Jacket. I've only seen it one time. Yes, I've only seen it one time. Well, it's a Vietnam movie. How many times do you want me to see it? But it's actually two movies because the boot camp part is one movie and the other one's another one. But I think the second part is definitely very anti-warish. I want to give that one another shot, but I don't want to pay to rent it. I'll just see if it's on and I come across it. I'll probably watch it again. I think I've only seen it once. Maybe I've seen it twice. I don't know. I'm actually okay with war movies being anti-war movies, but at least show some of the reason why. You know, see some of the. Let's show some of the action so we can so that people know why it's war is bad and you don't want to be in there. But that's definitely a love hate movie. Thin Red Line. Okay, what do we got left on this guy to do? The muzzle. And we are going to put a star on his forehead. Oh, look, these two colors are already blended next to each other. We'll have this come down into the muzzle area. Okay, and then let's go ahead and index. This is the, no, I think this is the brown color from the horse. Doesn't have to be super precise. You can get close. This one, let's add some black to it. Okay, so this is kind of like the darkest shade on the horse. And then we're gonna, instead of adding more of this core color, we're gonna go ahead and add the white now. So it's gonna be look a little bit more grayish. And that's what color that that's the color that we're gonna do the muzzle in. Mr. Edovich. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay. One guy left. There shall be one. The head hunt. The head honcho. I guess I better need to decide on this if we're going to do anything for his flag. Well, I know we're going to need more liquid. We need to ditch this right now. So, nothing bled through too bad. Sometimes it's, sometimes you get, I went through a little bit here. That goes in the garbage can. We're going to go wet the hell out of this and then put a new one on here and start from scratch. Oh, it doesn't smell like mold. That's nice. Sometimes you get that, sometimes you don't. Not a big deal. You just wash it with antibacterial soap. Okay, we'll be right back. Yeah, it's got moisture on there. We'll be right back with a beverage. Okay. Wasn't it the movie before Saving Private Ryan that had the sound of rain? Wasn't it the movie before Saving Private Ryan that had the sound of rain turned into the sound of gunfire? I don't know what you're getting at. There's, I don't know if it came out before Saving Private Ryan. It was close. I have a feeling it came out after Saving Private Ryan. I think it did. It's pretty close, within a year or two for sure. I don't know. I've only seen it one time. I'll give it another shot, but if I don't like it the second time, you guys can screw it. The movie sucks. Okay? You guys are allowed to like stuff I don't like. All right, let's put these colors away here. This encroaching stuff is out of control. Let's not put away black and white because we're going to have to get those goes back on here. Because those go with everything that we're doing. We got flesh. And red. And light blue. All right. Whew. Okay. Now, let's go get us a new one of these. $50 hydration sheets. I don't know how many I'm down to. This is the original 50 that came with it. I bet I got at least 15 more. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it's nice if it's all the way at the edge here. Just lay it down and then just roll it back. And then just run your finger across the edge. And it should work just fine. Stay down until it dries out. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Hey, another use for hotel key cards when you forget to turn them in. Hey, I use this stuff. This is plastic material is cool. So if your hotel stay goes up in price, you can blame me for it. So this is good material, man. This is hobby stuff right here. You can make a little field or something out of this stuff. You don't throw that stuff away. That's good stuff. All right, now let's get this party started. We're gonna put black right here in the middle. Come on. All right, and we're gonna put white up here next to them. All right. Unlike all of the other nights, we kind of already have theme going with this one because these are distinctly the ones that will be on the command stand together. And it's this guy. And where is the other fellow? Oh, the hornblower. So we've already decided that he's going to be on a black horse. Executive decision. And it's a black horse that's going to have red strappings on him. Okay. So we know that for a fact. So let's go ahead and paint that. You don't cogitate about all the other stuff. So. All right, let's go ahead and paint. There's some spots that got missed here in black. We're going to go ahead and paint those in black. Fill those in. And I guess I got to decide whether or not I'm going to give this guy a shield or not. The only reason to give him a shield is there's no shields on this command stand. And there's going to be shields on every one of the other guys. So, but yet these guys fight better, So it's stuff like that. Now let me look at the shields. The shield that I was slated to go on this guy was going to be this one right here, which is kind of your traditional Nevsky shield pattern. Show it to you right, this one right here. So do I feel that I need to put that on him? Maybe. Uh-oh, I got all kinds of notifications. What happened here? All kinds of stuff. All right. We'll have to come back to those later. I think we'll put a shield on him. Let's just go ahead and get that over with because we're going to need it to dry a little bit. So let's go ahead and work on the edge. Now I saw an interesting thing that I had no idea to do this, and this was on a plastic modeling site, and it was talking about getting rid of the injection molding on plastic models, and it said just use the back of this, and I'm like, that's freaking brilliant. I never thought about that. Instead of trying to scrape it and cutting deep, if you have a mold line that you can't deal with, like, say it's right here, just take the back of this to, amazing. We can learn from each other. All we got to do is communicate. Maybe some of you guys already knew that. Maybe you're having an epiphany too. Hey, we don't all have all the answers. No, we're going to have to mix up a tiny little bit of epoxy to do this. Yeah. Okay. Let's just go ahead and do it now. Where is... Five-minute two-part epoxy. One of these is the stinky one. I could use a lot less than that, but the smaller amount you use, the more precise you've got to be with the two mixtures, or you're going to be off by a larger percentage. It might not set properly. So that's about the least amount I'm going to be comfortable with using something like that. So let's. What did we finally decide we were doing? Oh yeah, we're using a needle. I just gotta find it where the hell it's at and mix it with, because you can wipe it clean after it dries, and it's a non-issue. I had all these little corks running around with needles in them, and I don't know where the hell they went to. Not a whole bunch of them, but I had a few, like 3. No, I'm not gonna spend all day looking for it, so we're gonna go back to this. Jeez, what a mess. And I'm not worried that I'm gluing this on something that's already been primed black. It's freaking epoxy. It's gonna stick down there. That's why we use it. We're gonna put this guy something like, I probably should have waited a minute for it to thicken. Let's do that. You guys know any good jokes? No? Okay. All right, can we glue it now? Oh, man. Have a drink. How far are we in? Man, over 3.5 hours? Holy shit. Well, that's what we want to accomplish today, is to get this guy done. All right, let's go back to this here and see if this is sat enough time now. Probably wipe some of this up off, so let's come in here. Oh, all right. Yep, that's what we want it to look like. Okay, stay there. All right, let's move this somewhere that I can't stick that goopy stuff on something else. All right. So yeah, we'll go ahead and put a shield on this guy. This will have the traditional Nevsky kind of shield, which that reminds me, this Conquer River has a different particular leader in it. And why is this so out of focus? There we go. Man. Let's see if there's a picture of him on here, of whatever this guy is. Mislavovich or something like that is what this guy's name is. Here's a Russian prince, but he's on foot. And look how Osprey did it. He squished his head here in the binding. I've actually never seen something like this. Look at that. You could barely even see that. He's like squished in the binding. So, wow. It's crazy. But this guy has a face mask, so his face shield, what have you. Those are Mongols. See if there's another picture. Guys are damn Mongols here. Okay, I guess this guy's supposed to be a Russian prince. Thanks for posting the DBN videos, Neil. Yeah, there'll be more. So Joel, Mr. DBN, he is Mitch's friend from Illinois, and he is retiring to about an hour away here in Florida, and he's supposed to be here in June permanently. And I think every month he's going to come over and do a DBN game. So we'll film every one of those. I enjoy them. So, and I don't have to paint any other stuff. So, that's always a plus. Looks like this guy's got some orange stuff. He's got an intricate bow thing. Right. Maybe we'll incorporate some of that stuff on there. Okay. Anything else that we have on here? Killing time while this guy dries. Um, has Bruce Willis been in every movie ever made? No. Next question. I'm not sure I even like Bruce Willis. I have mixed feelings about him. Most people you kind of know, like, okay, I like that actor, I don't like that actor. I kind of have mixed feelings about Bruce Willis. I haven't seen him in. I think they just announced a movie I had not seen him in that just came on Netflix available. I think I'm gonna try to watch it with my daughter. I don't believe it's a rated R movie. There's a movie with Matthew Perry in him. I think it's the whole 9 yards, and my daughter likes Matthew Perry from. I like Matthew Perry from Friends and all that stuff. So maybe we'll try watching that. I don't think it's a rated R movie, but I've never seen it. So hey, there you go. Um, do you remember? Do you remember? Is oblique movement allowed in DBN? It is. I don't believe it's in units. In other words, so if you've got 2 units like this, I don't believe they can go like that. They can't move. Well, he's in my way right now. You're messing up my thing there, Mislavovich. Okay. I don't think they can do this as one move. They would have to, do that kind of thing, or form a column and then, do that kind of thing. But individually, yeah, you can do whatever you want as long as nobody's moving and you're not moving farther than you're supposed to. What I want to try is DBN with base width movements, because going back to playing a DBA style game with moving only inches, it's absolutely horrible. It is it just they don't move far enough. Like if you move 2 inches and you want to move this guy and fire at somebody over here, like all they can do is like that. It's like it's not enough movement. But he talked about maybe doing that in the future. But yeah, but that's his baby. So we'll play however he wants to play. He's the rules guy on that. Now, hopefully, this son of a biscuit eater. All right, I think we're dry enough. Now, do I want to go ahead and use the priming stuff for this? Yeah, I'll go ahead and use the priming stuff for that, which of course is the surface primer. This stuff dries pretty quick, so. I believe that's the same. I believe it's the same as regular DBA. I don't know. I've got the rules here somewhere that I printed off, and I'll play, but I'm not gonna. I'm not. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm not gonna learn the rules. You know what I mean? I just don't want to be the print. I don't want to be the guy looking stuff up. I've done enough with the core game, but I enjoy it. It's fun. Oh man, see, this is what I. These type of tops suck. You can be as careful as you want, and you still end up getting paint on you. I'll have this damn paint on me forever now. Let's see. Polyurethane part of this is difficult to come off. And I even cleaned the top at one point. I've cleaned this thing several times now. mess in painting. It's like when I do roll painting, like in a house, I don't paint ceilings. There's no way you can paint a ceiling and not get like, and make a mess. It doesn't necessarily be a big mess, but it's a mess nonetheless. And I'm like, all right, now this thing's wet. That's no good. All right, next. Yeah, but it's fun. And he's got all of the French and British, and I think he's working on Jena period Prussians. The guys with the brown pants. And yeah, we're going to need a bigger brush or we're never going to be finished with this. We just need to prime this thing so it can dry. So by the time we get around to it, we'll be in good shape. All right, let's see if we can access some of this stuff off the top. We don't have to pour this. Yeah, there's some lingering up here. I don't know, and I mentioned this the other day, I don't know if the durability of this primer. I do know that when you put it on, man, it flows everywhere really easy. Almost like thinned down enamel. So I like that part of it. I don't know how durable it is. I don't know that it needs to be super durable. I used a crappy brush, so if the epoxy is still kind of tacky, I don't want to screw up a good brush doing that. And we said we're going to do a black horse. I definitely do not paint every horse of a leader white. Absolutely not. Depends on the leader. Alexander didn't have a white horse, or at least Bucephalus is not a white horse. Yeah. Mix it up. All right. That's done. Now we can go back to painting the black horse, which it's already black. What am I doing? Yeah, well, I'm going to make sure we get good coverage on it. Let's touch this. Yeah, okay, good. Now, I think I have one other horse in this army that's black. I believe it's this one. And he's actually, I lightened him up with dark brown. So this one I will not do that. I will lighten him up with gray. So that they're both the same, but yet they're both different. Just for yucks. So formations are more difficult to move than single units. Makes sense, yes. Yep. Yeah, I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed the game. I didn't enjoy the game so much that it made me want to read about the history. So that part's kind of a fail. I kind of tied the two things together, but it is a fun game, and the fact that I didn't have to paint any of the units is even better. I had played it before several years ago and enjoyed it, but like I said, if Napoleonics was my period, I wouldn't want to play it. Like I would not want to play a Phil Barker version of World War II, of a World War II game. Like, no, I'm out. He has that set of rules, right, called Damn Battleships Again. I'm not playing a battleship game with Barkerese as it's generic-ish. No, no, I'm not doing that. You know, those things are very important to me and my and the amount of detail that I want in them. So, but the Napoleonics game, not that Napoleonics is a DBA thing. As a matter of fact, I don't want to throw shade on anybody, but I understand that the DBN people did not asked permission or something from Bill to do it, and from not Bill, from Phil to do it, and Phil was apparently upset about them charging for his game or whatever. But whatever. I'm not gonna modify Phil's work and charge for it. It just seems wrong to my psyche. But anywho, it's a fun game. Yeah, that's what I had heard through the grapevine. Now, there's other games that are a lot closer to DBA and other Phil's games that if he didn't like what they did with DBN, I'm sure he's really not happy with some of these other games. But whatever, you know. All right, so it's just it's very different taking a set of rules that an author did and modify them and not charge for them and give the author credit, as opposed to taking a set of rules, modifying them, marketing them as your own set of rules, and not even mentioning the inspiration that they came from and charging money for them. It's just like, how are you raised? On what planet does this make sense? So I'm not advocating anybody getting sued, because we have too much of that in this world as it is. But you should have been raised better than that. So, like I said, if I ever was going to do something like that, we would keep the DBA 3.0 Army list, and you still have to buy Phil's work. And I'm not charging for mine, so there you go. I don't do wargaming to make money. Good thing, right? I do it because of we enjoy doing this, and it's kind of my way of giving back. I don't know if it's that big of a thing, but it's just there's some stuff. There's stuff that I've learned throughout the years that I don't mind sharing with you guys. I don't have all the answers, but I think there's a few things that I've mastered pretty well, and I don't mind giving you tricks. I know somebody mentioned it's like, oh well, I I think it was there's a couple of guys that do painting things, and they're like, well, they don't do it anymore because they give away their tricks, and I'm like, what am I gonna do? Take them to the freaking grave? You know, make millions off of it? No, we're all in this together, and I have seen other people's videos and gotten good ideas from them. So maybe I will hit upon something that will encourage you guys to, you know, be more useful in the hobby. That's the way I look at it. Anyhow, I've it's just a freaking trick, man. This is all just a trick, and that kind of stuff. So I'm going to take a look later at the game you posted of the Russians and your Austrians versus the French. What game is that? Is it DN game? Man, I love Austrians. So that comes from a game called Napoleon in Europe. So there's this big Axis and Allies style game made by Eagle Games. I actually had a copy of it that I bought a long time ago. Before I met Mitch ended up having a copy of it as well. Neither one of us played our copy. I sold mine. And we never got around to playing it until maybe 3 years ago. Scott, our local rules junkie, the guy that's like, I don't want to read the rules. Give him to Scott. He'll read them. So he read the rules and figured out how to play. And we played a scenario with Napoleon in Europe, and I volunteered to be the Austrians, and I rolled like a fiend and kicked his ass. So the way that game works is there's alliances and victory conditions for each country, but once you go into combat, you move to like this a game within the game when you have board game when you have like sections of the board where units can be. But it's like Axis and Allies in that you have individual infantry guys and cavalry and cannon, and you kind of play around that way. And so there's a game within the game, and I just rolled like a fiend. And I remembered I think Luke was playing France, and I don't know. So I ended up attacking the French, whooped their ass, and a lot of it was luck, and a lot of it was just concentrating my forces. But then I ended up getting backstabbed by allies, and I brought them all back. I think that the yeah, I fought everybody back. I was like basically invincible, and I was like, from that point, I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna play Austrians all the time. And I'm I'm a bit pro Habsburg to begin with, so yeah. Give the rules to Scott. Exactly. He enjoys it. And then if he plays them wrong, it's his fault. We don't care that much if we play the rules wrong because as long as the rules are applied evenly to both sides, that's the important. But he enjoys that kind of stuff. I'm not in it anymore. I don't DBA kind of burned me out on reading rules because you read the same thing over and over again, and next thing you know, you don't even remember anything. But yeah, I like the Austrians. So, but yeah, we played a couple of games of that, and I'm like, I'm gonna play the Austrians, so I enjoy that. And if I was gonna play if I was gonna paint Napoleonics, which I'm not, I would paint Austrians because they're easy. They're white. Well, and they're you could do different shades of the white as you paint them and make something boring look interesting. Like same thing. If I want to do 7 Years War, why not do French? They have a white uniform, and you could do different shades of the white and make it look interesting. It's not just to spray paint them all white and be done. That's not the way I take on things. But yeah, so I think what they've started playing a little bit is a rule set called Maurice, and we're going to give that a shot. I know Joel and Mitch said it was really cool, and although I believe that covers the 1700s, so War of Spanish Succession, and and War of Spanish Succession, War of Austrian Succession, and 7 Years War. But that's what Joel's off going to be painting that stuff or whatever. I just I got enough on my plate. I plate with what I'm doing right now. I don't need to pull into different periods, especially stuff that's just not my love of the period. It's not that I dislike that period. It doesn't have anything for me. But he says that it's a cool rules that you know lots of decisions you get to make. So I'll take his word for it. I'll look forward to playing it whenever they get it down and they're familiar with it. So okay. So I don't know if I want to highlight this horse anymore, but we're going to leave him as he is. When it looks totally different on the screen as it does in real life, but we can tinker with that later. Let's do the red strapping on him. Okay, what we're going to do. So let's pull that out. Yeah, I'm not going to read. I'm not going to read a set of rules by myself. Now, I could. If I had to learn a set of rules, I would be tempted to film it, and do it with like Mitch, and then you could always reference it later. Boy, this inside of this is just really gnarly looking. It's all dry, but I found that when I'm starting to encounter something really difficult, I end up talking to myself through it, and which is fine as long as you don't argue with yourself and lose the argument. Then you're certified crazy. But no, self-coaching, that helps you stay on track and kind of walk your way through stuff. But I mean, I haven't even learned how to play impetus, and I've had impetus for like 3 years, and it's just like I'm not where I'm at. That's not therapy. This is a therapeutic experience for me. So that's the tack I want to take with it. So all right, we're gonna do these strappies in red. I think every game group has a guy that's the rules guy. Send him the rules. I'm not good at reading rules until I play the game. You have a frame of reference to where to start from. And even those that make really good how to play rules still make mistakes on videos. It's extremely frustrating to go through all the effort and then still get stuff wrong. Like even those videos that are made by who is it? Two Fat Lardies. They do some good high quality video production. They get stuff wrong. People are like, oh, that guy, you did this wrong, or that guy moved too far. Or, you miss things, which is really unsatisfying when you make a video and stuff like that happens. Because you can't just go back and just edit the video. You'll have to re-upload it again. It's a nightmare. Well, I can't do it because it's all on my phone. So after I upload a video, it's gone. Only thing I can do is take it down and pretend it never happened. All right, so let's bring this up. But Scott plays all kinds of different rules. He's, I think he plays something different every day of the week. So I'm just like, I'm challenged enough at work. I don't need to do that kind of stuff. I'm good with this. I'll play other stuff. I just don't want to be the go-to rules guy. I want to be able to ask some guy, hey, can I do this? Not look it up and see if I can. Nah. But the one thing that DBN does do is, and we actually encountered this quite a bit in the last battle that we did, whatever the name of it was. I can't remember what it was. A battle in the peninsula. I forgot which one it is. I don't think it was Talavera, guys go back and see the last DBM video we did. It's in that. The whole forming square thing, it's a die roll, but it's all in one unit. So like a square happens, but you don't get to physically change the unit into a square formation or anything. It just, when you get charged, you have a die roll reaction test to see if they form in a square. And if they do, they get an extra plus or a minus to the attacker, what have you. And then, after that combat, that's all a wash kind of thing. But so it's abstracted in there quite a bit. But again, it means you do get to finish a battle instead of having something it takes multiple sessions to try to finish. Pretty sure it happened quite a few times in the last battle we did. I could be wrong, but that's how that's abstracted in there. Yeah, that damn battle with that creek, man. That little stream really made a huge difference. Huge difference. And the difference is when you crossed it, you slowed you down and you didn't get a plus with your if units were in column. So it was really difficult to get across that thing. But there will be more DBN battles coming. Now, I'm not sure why Joel decided to go with DBN because he's not a DBA player. But I guess he just wanted to get some results as well. You don't want to play all freaking day long and not have any results. All right. Well, it's 10:05. I think I'm going to cut out. And this is where we'll pick up next time. As I think I may end up doing some yard work while we can. So, but anyhow, we will catch you guys next time. Thanks for stopping by. 4 hours and 17 minutes of fun here. So, got one guy done and started the second one. So, Captain Slow Painter here, but, slow and steady. So, anyhow, that's what the plan is. And we'll catch you guys next time. I do not know if we'll have another painting session today, but we're on the cusp of getting these guys finished. So, looking forward to that and working on the next guys. Okay, until next time, happy painting. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye bye, folks.